Whatever else you're thinking, that's not changed with the sun up. I loved you before last night. I'll love you tomorrow. I've just said the words now. I saw my teeth across my lip, feeling the sunshine fill my chest and bleed up into my eyes. I've wanted to fuck you long before last night, he says, playful smile back in place as he climbs over me, spreading my thighs with his knee. And now that I've had you, I want it even more. This is a sentiment I can easily reciprocate. Let's fuck for the rest of the day. His laugh is a happy, warm sound. Week? Month? Year? He said it. It's longer than I've ever been with anyone else, so easily assumed. We stare at each other, neither of us saying it. It's too soon, even with all of the declarations rising like smoke in the air, but the longer Oliver looks at me, the more I know he's thinking it. Life. All right, then, he murmurs. I answer against his mouth. All right, then.
Chapter 10. Oliver. An alarm on Lola's phone goes off halfway through her first cup of coffee. I try to keep her in bed for the agreed-upon duration, which I considered an ironclad contract, but eventually we both needed a bathroom, caffeine, and food. Oh shit, she says, reaching for it and opening the calendar app. We're sitting side by side at my dining room table. I'm in jeans. She's in nothing but the shirt I wore yesterday. It's long, but not so long that I can't see all of her, especially with one of her legs on the ground, our ankles pressed together, and her other leg in my lap. Caffeine is slowly bringing my brain to life, and I still feel warm and slow, like well-worked clay. I really don't want her to have to leave quite yet. What's wrong? I ask. I have this thing I'm supposed to do at 11. She frowns, and I look up at the clock. It's nearly 10. Thing? It's a chat with the UCSD arts publication. Steam rises up from her mug and twists in the space between us, dissolving in a beam of sun overhead. Shit, I completely spaced it, she says, and then more to herself. I never forget this stuff. I set down my cup and lean forward, taking her free hand in mine. Can you do it from here? The Wi-Fi can be a bit spotty, but my laptop's in my room. You're welcome to it. She's already shaking her head. It's a video chat, she explains, pointing to her hair. Lola's hair is naturally smooth and straight. Right now it looks like it might house a family of small birds. Laughing, I lean forward, kissing her nose. I have to get to the shop this morning to check on Joe anyway. Maybe we can meet up for a late lunch? Reading my expression, Lola pushes closer, tilting her head to my mouth, speaking between each kiss. I'm not sure how long I'll be. She pulls back, rubbing her thumb over my stubble. I have to shower and then I have a call with Benny after, but I'll text you when I'm done? Yeah, text me. My words are tight, and I lean back in, kisses growing more desperate. Stay here again tonight. I need to drink and drink and drink of her. I'll never get my fill. A rush of breath escapes her lungs and she pushes off her chair and onto my lap, whispering against my mouth. I don't want to leave, she says, and her hand slides over my bare chest. Let's go back to bed. My jeans have slipped so they're barely hanging on, and all I can think of is how easy it would be to push them the rest of the way down, lift my shirt up, and make her come, right here on my kitchen table. She grinds into me, sliding wet across my button fly. Get up on the table, I say into her open mouth. Let me kiss that little cunt. She pulls back, blushing. Her lip is trapped between her teeth. I like the way you say that word. I can tell. It makes you get all squirmy and bashful. I lick her mouth, saying, not entirely sure yet. Need to do a few more studies. But I believe there's a direct correlation between me saying it and how fast I can make you come. I notice she hasn't, in fact, climbed up on the table. Slipping my fingers under the shirt, I rub my hands over the warm, soft skin of her waist. I know you're sore, I tell her. I'll be sweet, I promise. Her phone goes off again and we both grow still. Alas, real life invades, I murmur. Lola pouts. I really hate interviews. And here you are, getting better at them every day. I help her up, standing after her and holding her face, kissing her once. Just let me know when you're done. I go for a long ride after Lola leaves, taking the road that leads down to the beach and biking the trail as long as I possibly can. Although we slept in tiny bursts broken by 2 more rounds of frenzied, wordless fucking, I'm full of an energy that feels nearly limitless. I go from Pacific Beach to Carlsbad, legs pumping, heart propelling blood in enormous, victorious spasms. I hurt when my mum left. I was angry and sullen and upset with the world for a long time. I hated my dad for leaving me. I couldn't imagine that I would ever experience true contentment or joy. But now I have both. The store is situated. My home is mostly paid for. The love of my life slept in my arms last night, in my bed, where I hope she will stay forever. I want for nothing. The bell rings over the door to the shop as I step inside, and a strange calm settles over me. It's barely 11:30, and the aisles are pretty packed for a non-release day, people spilling off the couch in the front reading nook and crowded around the pinball machine near the back. Joe is at the register, a line of customers behind him. He nods in my direction, but everything from last night is too fresh, and I'm not sure I'm ready to put my game face on, especially with Joe. For all his flaky mannerisms, I'm often surprised by how acutely he pays attention. I return Joe's nod and round the counter, stepping into the back office and hanging my jacket on the hook. Only now that I'm here does it occur to me that I'm not clear what the rules are. If I'm reading things correctly, Lola and I are together. I'm just not sure who else is supposed to know that. Lola isn't guarded in a stereotypical way. She shares things, but she does so in inches rather than miles, and not always immediately. It's entirely possible she'll wait to tell Harlow about this until whenever she happens to see her next. Lola isn't exactly a close the door behind him and call the girlfriend to dish kind of woman. Which puts me in a weird spot. If I tell Finn, and he tells Harlow, and Harlow hears it from Finn before she hears it from Lola, Lola will be in trouble, and I may be too. If I tell Ansel, and he mentions it to Mia, which he definitely will, there is no way Mia won't call Harlow immediately. So there is absolutely no way I can let on to Joe what is going on. Joe, hearing about this before anyone else, would make Harlow's head explode. Not to mention the Not Joe is Always Right Tumblr he'd probably start and fill with illustrations of every time he told us to just bang and get it over with already. Luckily I have experience hiding this, though who am I kidding? There's not a single person, except perhaps Lola, who didn't realize I'm wildly in love with her. I head out to the front of the store and begin helping customers. One of my regulars is searching for the newest issue of Hawkeye, but when I check, I see we've sold out. There's a man in his 40s looking to sell a box of miscellaneous junk he got at a garage sale, and after poking through it, I know there's nothing I'm interested in buying. I help a couple looking to buy their first big comic together, and I sell them Captain America 61. Released in 1947, it depicts Cap and Bucky discovering that the Red Skull, believed to be gone, is indeed still alive. Classic. And through it all, I can feel Joe watching me. The crowd thins a bit and I walk to the counter, reaching under for a rag to wipe down the pinball machine. "Place has been crazy lately," Joe says, pulling a stack of 20s out of the register to face them. "Yeah, was thinking of bringing someone else in." He pauses for a moment and looks up. "Someone else to work here?" "Sure." Joe perks up. "Would I train them?" He follows me toward the back, and I look at him over my shoulder. "Sure." So I'd be in charge, second in command even, Wong to Dr. Strange. I laugh. Absolutely. Robin to my Batman. Batman? Let's not get too far ahead of yourself. Foggy Nelson to your Daredevil. The movie. I stop near the back and start straightening a shelf of choose-your-own-adventure books. Sure, I say again with a shrug. Joe knocks on the counter, loudly. Okay, what is up? Up? I repeat. Nothing's up. Ben Affleck's Daredevil? You're just going to let me throw that out at you? I move back to the front of the store. What? It was an okay movie. An okay... The bell over the door rings, cutting him off, and I hear one of our regulars up front called out to Lola. My body goes tight, heart taking off in a sprint. It's one thing to decide I'm not telling Joe, or Finn, or Ansel, or even letting on to anything, but am I expected to act like nothing happened? Is that even possible? I feel like one look at her and all of last night will be written all over my face. Glancing over my shoulder, I see Lola's hair is pulled into a dark ponytail that swings behind her as she walks. When she isn't in a hurry, her stride is even and serene, and her hair rests gently down the middle of her back. But when she's moving like this, with purpose, it swings behind her, propelled by the sway of her energy. She's headed straight toward me, and she's definitely moving with intent. I turn fully to face her. Hey, how did the video chat go? Casual, calm, nothing out of the ordinary here. Joe watches as she breezes by him, ignores my question, and stops just at my feet before reaching for the back of my neck and pulling me down to her. With a tiny sigh, her lips meet mine, and all other sound in the room is sucked out in one giant rush of air. My blood heats, and lust flashes through me, hot and dizzying. Lola smells exactly like she always does, the sweet honey scent of her soap, and her lips are just as soft as they were when I kissed her goodbye through the open window of her car only hours ago. My brain spends so much time wondering at these things that it takes a moment for me to realize that Lola is kissing me. Now. Right here in the middle of my shop. Fuck it. My hands push into her hair to tilt her head. My tongue slides against hers, and it feels like the perfect way for us to announce what's happening. I only wish everyone was here to see it, to get it over with in one fell swoop. A throat clears somewhere nearby, and when Lola takes a step back, the rest of the world slowly comes into focus. Joe is leaning against the register, ankles crossed, with his eyebrows raised to the ceiling. Lola smiles and looks up at me with the adoration I feel for her mirrored in her eyes. "Can we talk for a minute in your office?" she asks, breathless. She follows me to the back, and her presence behind me feels radioactive, buzzing. I want to turn and kiss her as we walk. It's a heady infatuation. That need I have to touch, 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 until our skin is sore and the need for food and water takes priority. I crave it. I crave her. Inside the office, she closes the door behind her back and leans against it, grinning at me. "Hey." Hey. I'm not sure I've ever smiled so wide. It feels too big for my face. "Nice show out there." She gives a little one-shouldered shrug. "Thanks." I wonder if Joe will ever move from that spot now that you've shocked the life out of him. Laughing, she says, "We'll have to tell the others soon, I guess." She looks around the room, and I try to see it from her eyes. She's been back here only a couple of times, and in the past few months the space has become my little calming cave. Before we moved into the shop, it was a pretty fancy boutique, and some of those original fixtures remain in the back office. The walls are painted a soft cream, and there are outlets where glass chandeliers used to hang from the ceiling. A row of mirrors lines the back wall, but is partially covered in boxes I've yet to unpack. Even so, it makes the space feel larger than it is. My desk is situated along the long wall behind me, facing the door, and a small row of windows cuts a dusty sunbeam across the room. When our eyes meet again, I know we've silently agreed not to talk about the hardest part of all this, that there's new pressure there now. Ansel and Mia are married. Finn and Harlow are married. We don't have the luxury of crashing and burning in a fiery mess. There's an unspoken sense among our friends that Lola and I are somehow more together, the store, her comic career, as if we've had it all figured out more thoroughly and for longer than they have. But looking at Lola now, I can easily tell she doesn't trust herself at all in this. As much as I sense she does feel for me, I also know she would rather illustrate a comic for Frank Miller with him looking over her shoulder than navigate emotional territory when a group of friends is involved. I move to her, giving her a soft kiss. "What brings you to my office today, young lady?" Wincing, she tells me, "I'm headed to L.A." My heart trips over her words. "Today?" "Yeah, the car is coming for me at 5. "They sent a car?" "I think that's mostly because Austin isn't sure mine will survive the drive there." "You're still hot shit," I tease, and then look over my shoulder at the wall clock. It's 3:17. "When are you home?" "I'm staying tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. Back sometime Friday night." "Well, that blows. Can we plan for dinner Friday?" "I'm supposed to go over to Greg's. Come with me?" I bend, kissing her again. "Sure." There's tension in her eyes, and I lean back, studying it. "You okay?" She swallows, shaking her head quickly as if to clear it. "I'm fine. I have a book due next week, and I barely started. We're supposed to finalize the script this week, but I haven't seen it yet. I don't know how I'm going to get everything done." "You take it one step at a time." She leans into me, resting her chin on my chest as she looks up at my face. "I'm a little distracted." The feeling is mutual. She pushes her lips out in a sweet pout. "And I don't feel like going to L.A. for a few days." "I don't feel like having a girlfriend in L.A. for a few days." Biting the side of her lip, she repeats, "Girlfriend?" "Fuck buddy of whom I am rather fond," I offer instead. Lola smacks my chest, laughing. I put my hand over hers to keep it in place, right over my breastbone. "Girlfriend is certainly my preference." She stares up at me, quiet, unreadable. "Want to go to your place for the next hour?" I ask, and I know my meaning is obvious when Lola flushes. "London is there." "London is going to have to get used to me staying over," I remind her. Leaning back, Lola levels me with an amused look. "We're not quiet." "She'll have to get used to the noise then, too." "Especially you." I shrug, lifting her hand to kiss the center of her palm, and still trying to wrap my head around the fact this is a thing I'm allowed to do now. Lola watches with wide blue eyes as I kiss up her wrist, to the inside of her elbow, sucking lightly at the delicate skin there. "So, we won't go to your apartment?" "London doesn't date much," she blurts, and I recognize it for what it is. Nervous babble now that it's becoming clear we're going to fool around back here. It's so un-Lola to ramble. It makes me smile in surprise. "Like she gets asked out all the time, and always turns them down." "Why's that?" I ask, before biting her gently. Though to be honest, I'm not really all that concerned with London's dating life right now. I'm pretty sure we both know this. Lola blows out a breath. "I don't know, really. She had a boyfriend for most of college. Not sure what happened." She pauses. "Anyway, I don't really want to talk about her right now," she says, a hint of a smile pulling at the corner of her mouth. "Oh?" She watches me kiss her arm again. "No." "What would you prefer to do?" She pulls away gently before walking to my desk, and I follow. Reaching for my belt loop, Lola pulls me closer. "I don't know." My fingers graze her sides and toy with the hem of her shirt. I wait for her to stop me, to give me some sort of sign that she wants to take things slower today. But before I can ask, The fabric is pulled from my hands and her shirt is gone, a blur of blue that lands somewhere in a pile behind my desk. Her bra is black and covered in white polka dots, her tits pushed up so the swells are full and round. She pulls my shirt up over my head and then stretches, brushing her chest against mine. And even though I know what's about to happen, I could never anticipate the way it feels when her hands move down to the front of my pants, gripping me over the denim. Her thumb moves back and forth along the tip, and my head falls forward, forehead resting on hers as I force myself to hold still, not to rock into her palm or rush this. Lola pulls my head back down to hers, her warm lips opening against mine. I want to figure out how to go faster and slow down all at once, how to spend an eternity feeling everything. We kiss, lips and the slippery slide of tongues, vibrations of noise, and tiny explosions of realization that seem to pop like flashbulbs in my mind, over and over again. I'm an amnesiac. I still can't believe this is happening. 24 hours ago, we didn't kiss or touch. We definitely didn't see each other naked. But here we are. My heart is racing, and when I pull back for breath, I see that Lola's mouth is red and swollen from the drag of my day-old beard. She looks up at me as her fingers move to the fly of my jeans and unbuttons them one by one. I can feel each teasing pop. I bite down on my lip and try to stay quiet, knowing that if I let myself make even a sound, it will be the tiny crack that shatters my control. I'll throw her down and fuck her, unprotected, messy, half-dressed. She stretches to suck on my neck and then steps back, bunching her skirt in her hands and pulling it up her thighs. I watch the slow reveal. Milky skin, soft curved hips. She's not wearing underwear. Still, she's fresh-faced, eyes carrying a clear innocence I'm sure she has no sense of whatsoever. Never in my life have I felt more like I'm doing something very naughty with someone very, very sweet. Sliding onto my desk, she spreads her legs and leans back, giving me a rather perfect view of her pussy. Heat slides through my veins and I step between her thighs, desperation licking at my skin. I slide my hand up the inside of her legs, wondering idly about how many men she's been with. It could be 1 or 100, and I wouldn't begrudge her any of them. But something tells me this type of relationship is new for her. I know from overhearing her with her friends the past few months that she has no compunction about sex, no sense that it should be held off for some larger declaration, no issue with one-night stands. But I also get the sense that for Lola, it takes more than a momentary desire to let someone into this secret, honest place. She shivers as my fingers trace the shape of one breast, the pad of my thumb brushing over the taut peak of her nipple until she arches, wordlessly begging for the pinch I know she wants. I lean down and run my tongue over the sheer fabric before I take her between my teeth. Her back bows, pushing her chest to my mouth, and I use the opportunity to reach around, slipping the hook free. I pull the fabric away and watch as she's unwrapped like a fucking present. With my gaze locked to hers, I drag the tip of my tongue over her skin. She sucks in a breath, reaching to part the denim of my jeans and pulling my boxers down just enough to take me in her palm. I almost bite through my lip when she swipes her thumb across the head and then reaches up, sliding her fingertip into her mouth. Her hand returns, thumb even wetter now, and I blink down to where she holds me between our bodies. There's the flat plane of my stomach and the soft curve of hers, and my cock, hard and swollen at the tip, jutting straight up between us. I'm almost too warm and feel the prickle of sweat at the back of my neck as Lola leans in, lips brushing over the shell of my ear. "Do you have a condom in here?" "Yeah, middle top desk drawer. Brought some in today." She gives me a triumphant, "You're a genius" grin, and then lies back, stretching an arm over her head to reach to the other side of the desk and open the drawer. It would be easier for me to do this, but there's no fucking way I'm missing the chance to look at her stretched out, and almost naked on my desk. When she sits up, I step forward, taking her face in my hands to press my mouth to hers. "I want you to put it on," she says against my lips. "Yeah. Watching you roll that thing on in the middle of the night might have been one of the sexiest things I've ever seen." With my cock in one hand and the condom in the other, I pause with the latex poised just over the tip and look up to make sure she's watching. She is. In fact, I'm not sure she blinks or even breathes the entire time, her eyes glued to me while I slowly roll it down. I love the way she looks at my cock, eyes a little wide, lips parted. I reach up, cupping her breast. "You look surprised." "I think I'll be surprised every time you take your pants off," she says absently. "Your cock is unreal." Hearing Lola say my cock is unreal will never get old. Never. She slides her fingers between her legs, slipping them back and forth along either side of her clit. I both see and hear what this does to her, in the way the muscles of her stomach flex and her thighs squeeze my hips, in the soft sounds she makes. "Wet enough for me." Lola nods, bringing her hands from between her legs to my mouth, where she slips them between my lips. I can feel for myself how wet she is, can taste it. My eyes nearly roll out of my head with how good that is, how dirty I want to be with her and all the things I want us to do. I moan, and Lola pulls her fingers away with a quiet pop, staring up at me with a hunger I've never seen in her before. I wish I could pinpoint why her expression tugs at a tender part of me, what feels off. It isn't the way our hands trip over each other in their quest to touch every inch of skin, or the way she digs her fingers into my hair, exhaling in relief when she feels me slip barely inside her. It isn't the way her head falls back, the way she pushes her breast into my hand, or how her legs spread wide to take more. But maybe it is in the way she won't let her eyes hold mine for too long, the way it feels like she's holding her breath. It's the same thing I do before I tilt my bike over a steep hill and barrel down. I ease into her, in, out, in deeper, out a bit more. And she's with me. Fuck, I know she is. I can feel it in the rocking of her hips, the curl of her fists in my hair. But the hot film of protectiveness won't leave me. Every move she makes screams that she's new to this, that this type of intimacy is different, blissful, and terrifying. I've had sex with many women, and have had loving, intimate sex with some of them, but I've never felt for them what I feel for Lola. Still, the depth of the emotion is a relief, not at all disorienting. Last night was the perfect combination of making love and fucking, but here I wouldn't dare be so rough with her as I'd been. She feels like blown glass in my hands, looking up at me almost as if she needs to know what to do. So I give her a task. My lips pressed to her cheek, teeth bared. Don't make a sound. I feel her exhale in relief against me, and she nods, turning, seeking my mouth, but I pull away. Stay quiet, be good, and I'll kiss you. She nods again, quickly, urgently, and it can't be that simple, but it is. The drifting tension in her eyes is replaced by focus. But now that I've said it, there isn't a thing on this planet or any other I want as much as I want her mouth, open and wet against mine while we fuck. I fill my hands with her tits, suck at her neck, and grind my body into hers until I feel her sweat under my lips, and she's tight everywhere. Growing tighter, still quiet, breath shallow and sharp. That's it, I tell her. I can't hear you. I can only hear the fucking. I love her sounds, but right now her silence means so much more. Her silence and the begging in her eyes is the admission that she needs me to ground her, to help her focus down on this and only this. Not LA, not the book she needs to write. I always suspected she looked to me to center her, but to know it so surely right now, when we're making love, pulls at a tight band in my chest. Lola's skin is creamy and pale, even paler against the dark of her hair. Her ponytail has come undone, and now strands fall forward over her shoulders, brushing along her nipples, the ends curling over her breasts. A sheen of sweat breaks out on her chest, her upper lip, and around me her cunt squeezes tight. She's close. Her breaths come quicker when I thrust up with just a little more force, and I bare my teeth on her jaw, feeling my own control fraying, growling, "Not a sound. Not one fucking sound." I find her wrists, draw them behind her back, and plunge so deep, grinding where she likes it. Her mouth goes wide, expression nearly pained, and then it's like tapping the first domino down and watching in wonder. She squeezes her eyes closed, head back and teeth clenched with the effort it takes to hold in her cries. Around me, her body comes with a series of wild, tight spasms. Lola flushes red and her pulse is a wild animal in her throat, but my girl doesn't even let free a tiny gasp of air. Pride swells so fast in my chest, I'm covering her mouth with mine, fucking her fast and shallow, and she's wrestling free, finally crying out at the feel of my tongue on hers. Her hands dig into my hair, eyes open so she can watch me. "It's so fucking good." I hear myself grunt on every shove, the sounds of sex making me harder, the wet slide, skin slapping, the creaking of my desk. "Fuck!" I can't help but yell. "Fuck!" I'm grateful to the traffic on 5th, the constant bustle of the shop, for muting the noise we must be making. Harder, faster. She's gasping and clutching me at my neck, nails digging into my skin. Her legs are wrapped around me, sweat making us slippery, and I grip her ass to pull her onto me at the same time I shove as deep as I can, going off with a hoarse yell in a flurry of wild thrusts. Light bursts behind my closed lids, bliss racing down my spine, tiny explosions of pleasure spreading across the map of my entire body. I slump against her, pressing my teeth to her neck as my hips slow and eventually stop. It's a miracle my desk is still in one piece. Lola catches her breath against me, holding me tight. Her legs don't let up. She doesn't want to let me go. And, fuck, I don't ever want to leave the warmth of her body. The room is suddenly so quiet, and I can't seem to pull in enough oxygen. My breaths feel too fast, too loud. Lola slumps forward on my chest, and I wrap my arms around her. She feels tiny in my arms, willowy and delicate. I feel like I'm made of nothing but basic instincts. Fuck, breathe, sleep. But I manage to remain upright. The pleasure slips away gradually, and I run kisses up her neck, pausing for a breath so I can tell her how fucking good it was. Before I can get the words started, I stop, listening. An odd stillness seems to have surrounded us, and I'm hit with a restless awareness. The magnitude of the quiet is nearly dystopian, almost as if the world outside ended while we were in here wildly fucking. Lola's eyes meet mine, and I know the thought hits us both at the same time. I close my eyes, waiting for the explosion. "Oh, shit." Suddenly, Def Leppard's "Pour Some Sugar on Me" blares from the front of the store. It's so loud it may as well be playing in the room with us. I look at Lola, who is still flushed from her orgasm. She claps a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. "Oh, my God," she mumbles. Motherfucking Joe starts yell-singing along with it. "Demolition Woman, can I be your man?" Finally, I pull out, quickly tying off the rubber and dropping it in the trash bin. Together, we start putting our clothes back on. I pull my pants up my legs, tug my shirt over my head. Lola slides from the desk, straightening her skirt, locating her bra and shirt. "Television lover, baby, go all night," Joe sings. At least 4 other voices join in for the rest of the chorus. Lola hooks her bra behind her back, adjusts the straps, and then presses her hands to her face. "Oh, my God. Oh, my God." The music dies down and Joe proclaims, "Show thyself, mighty stallion!" Laughing, I call out, "Shut the fuck up!" I help Lola get her shirt back on as laughter trails through the door. Pulling her hair into a bun, she says,
"I guess that answers that question."
"The soundproofing in here?" I ask. She nods, rubbing her face again, but behind it I can see her smile.
"Is there a secret way out, or are we doomed for a walk of shame?"
This makes me laugh. Shame? I'll be strutting. We nearly broke that fucking desk fucking.
"Seriously."
I cup her face, kissing her once. "Sorry, pet. We can only escape through that door right there." Lola nods against my hands, eyes holding mine. "Was it good?" I ask quietly. "Did you like trying to be quiet?"
"So good,"
she whispers, stretching to kiss me again.
"I don't want to go to L.A."
My arms come around her, and I feel the warmth of her breath on my neck. I'm not wild about this plan either. She's shaking, and I want to look at her face, but she has it determinedly pressed to my shoulder. "Look at me," I say. "Let me taste that pretty mouth." She tilts her face up to me, lazily sliding her lips with mine. Warm, heavy, wet. "I love you," I tell her. Her eyes flutter closed, her kisses deepen, and I don't need to hear the words from her in return, because this, her body language, her response when I say it, even the fact that she's confirmed to anyone in the store that she's mine, tells me she feels it too. After another 10 seconds, where I'm debating having her again, but this time on the couch near the window, I pull back, kissing the top of her head and coaxing her arms from around my waist. It's time to face the inevitable. I cross the room and look over my shoulder at her. She swipes away the smudged eyeliner from beneath her eyes, and then gives me a tentative thumbs up. The squeak of the doorknob seems to reverberate in the quiet, and I pull the door open, letting in a gust of cool air. My heart drops when I see Harlow first, Finn just behind her. I expected Joe, not this.
"Well, well,"
Harlow says as a smile spreads across her face.
"If it isn't my 2 favorite nerds."
I step out, working to keep my expression neutral. "You know 2 other nerds?" Harlow's mouth tries to form a few words. Finally, she manages,
"How long have you been—"
Finn gets his hand around her and over her mouth, just milliseconds after she releases a loud
"fucking"
into the entire store.
"Roughly for the last 18 hours.
Lola answers, coming up behind me, and I look down at her, surprised by the poise in her voice. She slips her arm around my waist.
"Though we took a break between 10 and 3 today to get some work done."
Joe whistles from behind the counter, and then looks down at a book he's reading, as if he weren't behind these shenanigans. "Think you could have started the music a few minutes sooner?" I ask him with a grin. He laughs down at the book. "Probably, but where's the fun in that? This is your punishment for taking so long to do that. And leaving him in charge," someone calls from the front reading nook. "Wong to Doctor Strange," I remind him. "Wong would have been a team player." Joe looks up at me, feigning insult. "That hurts, boss." Harlow is staring at Lola, brows raised in expectation.
"Do you have a minute, friend?"
she asks, fighting an enormous grin. Lola looks warily up at the clock behind the counter. It's nearly 4, and I'm sure she's thinking the same thing I am, that a conversation with Harlow about this is unlikely to be quick.
"I have a few, but I need to pack for L.A., so just come to the loft with me for my interrogation."
She turns, gives me a pained look, stretches to kiss me in front of her best friend, who gasps, and then whispers,
"I'll see you Friday."
"Friday," I repeat, holding her hand until the last possible moment. With a last wide-eyed glance over her shoulder at me, Lola allows Harlow to march her out of the store. Finn watches the two women leave with a mixture of amusement and concern. Harlow is already shouting excitedly on the sidewalk. "So," he says, turning to me. I smile. "So." He lifts his cap, scratching his head. "Lola's headed to LA again." My smile widens. I can always count on Finn to keep things easy. "For a few days." "I hate LA." "You do?" I ask through mild sarcasm. He ignores this. "You either spend the entire day driving from meetings on one side of town to another, or you get up there and do everything over the phone, and could have stayed home anyway." "Well, I think they're working on the script." He nods. "Probably better to be up there then." Finn walks around the counter and looks in the mini-fridge we have stashed in the corner. "Lola will figure it out, I bet." I hear him slide a couple of cans out and he tosses me a beer. "So things are good?" I grin at him for several beats of silence before asking, "Finn, did you just ask me a personal question?" Laughing, he says, "Forget it," and cracks open his beer. "Yeah, things are good," I tell him, opening my own. "Bloody great." "So, last night..." He lets the question hang between us. This is the deepest Finn is willing to pry. Yeah, the reality of it, of Lola as mine, makes me feel like sprinting from the store and running a marathon. "Fucking finally," Finn says with a small lift of his brow. I laugh, taking a deep drink. "Do you ever stop and think how crazy this is?" Tilting his chin up, he asks, "The wives, you mean?" "Well, yeah. I mean, from Vegas to now." "Part of me suspects Harlow masterminded the entire thing," he says. "I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one to slip us each the bike and build info years ago. The long con." I acknowledge this by lifting my can to him. "How is the esteemed Mrs. Roberts?" He grins. "Crazy as fuck. She's probably up there giving Lola the third degree." I think third degree is probably an understatement, but if Lola can handle anyone, it's Harlow. "It's a good time to be a man," I say. The clink of our cans echoes dully through the store.
Chapter 11. Lola. I expect an interrogation from Harlow, but I definitely don't expect to find London and Mia also waiting for us at the loft. My brain is still fuzzy from the sex, from the impending trip, from the deadlines looming on my calendar. I don't seem to have any extra space in my thoughts for what's happening right now. I stare at the three women just inside my door, blinking in confusion. "I texted them," Harlow explains with a wave of her hand. "During the fuckfest? After you came, I think, but before Oliver did." "You called an emergency meeting because I was having sex with Oliver?" Pressing my palms against my face, I mumble through a laugh. "Oh my God." Harlow pulls my hands away, shaking her head. "I'm just relieved you're getting pounded." "Harlow," Mia says, pulling me away from her. "You're ridiculous." "Says the girl who can barely walk today." Mia ignores this and pulls me inside. It's true, she's limping, but it's not her bad leg. Harlow would never tease her about that. Mia's walking like an old woman, or a very, very pregnant one. Delicately, like her back might snap in half. "What's with you, Blanche?" I ask, grinning. "Shh." Mia waves me off. The girls crowd around me in the living room, London and Mia next to me on the couch, and Harlow sitting on the coffee table facing me. "The thing we need to discuss," Mia says with dramatic sincerity, "is how he failed you." Harlow turns to look at her in thrilled amusement. I lean away from Mia, skeptically observing the three of them. "You what?" "All this time," Mia says, lifting a delicate hand to her throat, "things were developing with Oliver, and we have to assume if you weren't telling us everything, it's because we weren't available to you. As friends." I level her with a flat look. "Are you being a passive-aggressive troll?" London and Harlow nod. Mia shakes her head solemnly. "We've just been so busy." "You were buying a house, asshole," I remind her. She agrees with a smile. So busy signing all those papers for days on end, I couldn't answer my phone. Asshole. I lean back against the couch, laughing. It just happened. No thought at all, Harlow deadpans. Nodding, Mia says, That sounds like our Lola. Impulsive. No, I mean last night, I begin. Last night was the first time you guys ever flirted and then boom, sex? Harlow asks, nodding as if she's got the answer right. The three of you are enormous dicks, I say, grinning, and I need to pack. I push up from the couch and start walking down the hall to my room. But we still need details, Mia calls out as she follows. Details? My head swims with them. I still feel full of Oliver. I want to tattoo every detail on my skin. The curve of his mouth when he's coming, the soft brush of his fingers on my shoulders when he's moving to touch my hair, his shoulders over me shifting up and down as he moves. It was nice. Harlow snorts from my doorway, watching as London and Mia settle on my bed. He broke your vagina, and from the sound of it, almost broke furniture, and it was nice? I look up from where I'm pulling clothes from my dresser. Can you not say vagina? It's an awesome word, she argues. You should be proud. God, I'm sure my lady parts are unbelievable, I cut in, turning back to my packing. But it's not an awesome word. It's an awesome thing, but it's a horrible word. We need a better one, London agrees. I do like pussy, though. But we wouldn't just casually refer to our pussies the way guys refer to their dicks, Harlow says. Is that a bad thing? Mia asks. Do we need to casually refer to them? Harlow looks insulted. Like, how about sock? London angles both hands to point between her legs and looks at us for agreement. This is my sock. Maybe something that isn't already a thing and doesn't rhyme with cock, I suggest. Oh, London deflates. That's so weird. I didn't even think about that. Clearly it has been far too long since I thought about cock. How's the new house? I ask Mia, changing the subject. I zip up my duffel bag and drop it near the desk. She shrugs, grinning with bliss. Gorgeous. We got the keys yesterday. Did you spend the night there? I ask. She nods. No furniture, no electricity. It's about 2 degrees inside, and Ansel ran around the entire place naked before attacking me on the wood floor of the living room. She grips her lower back, wincing. Is 23 too old to comfortably have sex on the floor? I thought we'd have more longevity than this. Well, that explains the geriatric curve to your spine, I say. London sighs. I would have sex on a pointy rock right now. I high-five her, but she immediately grabs my hand and swipes her palm across mine. Wait, I'm taking back my high-five. You got super banged last night and today. It was nearly a year ago that I was last banged, I protest. And I'm headed to LA for 3 days with no banging. Give me that high-five back. London limply wipes her hand back over mine, and the 4 of us fall into silence at the mention of LA. The quiet tells me they're done giving me shit, but their continued presence tells me they're not leaving until they get some more details. So I give them what I can. I tell them about drawing him, about the tension that seemed to be let loose after that, about how my feelings seemed to grow exponentially as soon as I gave them air. I tell them about the night at his house, cuddling, about the party in LA, the bar afterward, and Oliver's bare admission that he's in love with me. My heart seems to balloon until it's hard to take a deep breath. Harlow's hand is pressed firmly to her chest. He said that? I nod, chewing a nail and speaking around it. He said it. And you didn't have sex with him immediately that night? Mia asks. In a hotel room? Harlow adds, horrified at my missed opportunity. It's too much, and I feel months of longing crash into everything else going on in my life right now. It's a big deal to me, I say, and inexplicably tears fill my eyes. Pushing past a surprised Harlow, I rush into the bathroom, closing the door behind me. What? I hear London say. Harlow's voice is a calm murmur. I got this. I hear her knock quietly on the door as I fill my cupped palms with cold water, splashing it on my cheeks before pressing my face into a soft towel. Breathe. It's just a lot all at once, I tell myself. Breathe. Lola, just give me a second. I don't know why, but I have this dark sense of dread. My blood rushes cold in fear and hot in thrill, wildly alternating between these two poles. This is good. Everything is good. So why do I feel like I'm trying to contain a hurricane in the palm of my hand? I take a few minutes to brush my hair and put it back up in a neat ponytail. I put on a little makeup. I stare at myself in the mirror and try not to worry that the woman staring back at me is going to fuck all of this up, every last bit of it. "Lola," Harlow whispers through the door. "Lola, it's okay for it to be intense. Oliver isn't going anywhere." The car pulls up in front of the Four Seasons Beverly Hills, and the driver lifts my sad little duffel bag from the trunk, smiling blandly when I give him a pathetic tip because I only have $10 in cash. I'm startled when the bellhop reaches for my bag before I can pick it up, and we apologize in unison. He gives me a sympathetic smile and nods to the opulent hotel entrance. I must look like I've just emerged from a cave. I'm going on a night with little sleep and napped like a milk-drunk newborn the entire drive from San Diego. But even with the darkening sky all around me and the promise of a comfortable bed, unfortunately I know I will be up for hours now. The room is already paid for, and with my key in hand I head upstairs. It's a lavish suite, decorated in soft neutrals with bright flowers and a vase on the desk. A giant king-size bed takes up much of the bedroom floor, and just beyond is a set of French doors to a balcony overlooking the Los Angeles skyline. It's beautiful, and this week promises to be exciting, but my stomach feels a little low in my body. As desperate as it sounds, I don't like the idea of being away from Oliver for the next few days. Things are so new between us still. It isn't time yet for interruption. I pick up my phone to call him and see that in the past 3 hours I've missed 2 calls from my editor, 3 from Benny, and 1 from Oliver. I listen to Oliver's message first as I walk into the bathroom and undress, needing a shower, some room service, and a full night's sleep. "Hey, Pet. Just missing you. Hope the drive went smoothly. Having dinner with the group tonight. We'll miss you there. And later." His voice drops. "I don't want to sleep alone in my bed tonight. I want you in it, on top of me. Lola, I'm obsessed. Call me when you've arrived so I can play with you. I love you." I listen to it again and again and again until I turn on the water, lips curled in a smile as I remember every single one of his touches and forget that I have other messages waiting, red and urgent, on my phone. A car picks me up outside the hotel at 9 the next morning, and I look out the window as we weave our way through downtown LA traffic. I called Oliver last night after my shower, talking to him for 3 hours until both of our words were coming out thick with exhaustion. I suddenly want to see a picture of him, of us, something to stare at other than the monotony of cars merging into our lane, the endless view of sidewalk and taillights. But when I pull out my phone to scroll through whatever pictures I have stored there, my screen is already lit up with another missed call from Benny. Fuck, I breathe, feeling with my thumb that my phone has been on silent since I left San Diego yesterday. Fuck. I'd forgotten that he called. I never listened to his messages. "Lola, it's Benny. Give me a call." "Lola, sweets, I just talked to Eric. He's needing an update on the delivery of the manuscript." "My editor? What?" "Hi, Lola. It's Eric. Give me a quick call. I wanted to check in about the progress on Junebug and see if you needed some extra time." "Extra time?" I say out loud. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. My hands are shaking when I open my calendar app. There's no way I got this wrong. No way I got this wrong. I look, blinking. I know my book is due next week. I've been stressed about being behind on it while on the road, but it's not on the calendar. I scroll forward 1 week, 2 weeks, 3, nothing. I scroll back through this week, and last week it's not there either. The driver pulls up in front of the studio offices, and I trip out of the back seat with a distractedly mumbled thanks. My fingers are damp on the screen, clammy. With dread settling in my stomach, I open my calendar for 2 weeks ago. Pinned to the Wednesday of that week are the words, "Junebug, due to Eric." It was due 2 weeks ago. I have 17 panels drawn for my next book, and it was due 2 weeks ago. Now I understand why Eric has emailed casually checking in twice. Now I get why Benny gets nervous whenever he's brought up Junebug. I have never in my life missed a deadline, not even for something as small as a math assignment. I pace outside the building, running late for the meeting with Austin and Langdon already, but I can't let this wait either. Benny doesn't answer when I call, and I leave him a rambling message, hysterically trying to explain what happened, that I put it in my calendar and then somehow immediately made a mental note that it was due in March, not February, and could he call Eric and explain, and please tell him that I need an extension and I won't ever ask for this again. This is completely my fault. My phone lights up with a text from Oliver. Good luck today, and my panic magnifies. I have no idea how I am supposed to focus on anything today, knowing how monumentally I have screwed up. Morning, Moles, Austin calls from somewhere behind me, and when I turn, I see him sauntering out of a parking deck adjacent to the building. He smiles widely, and I drop my phone into my purse, still shaken. Good morning. When he approaches and sees my face, no doubt I'm pale and look like I'm completely panicking, he draws his brows low, giving me a playfully grumpy face. You don't look like a badass ready to kick some ass today. I just realized I missed... Austin doesn't care. He's already walking past me and tilting his head for me to follow. I pinch my shirt over my breastbone, fanning it over my skin as I walk into the building behind him, and God damn it, my blue silk shirt already has wide sweat marks under the arms. It can only go downhill from here. My first instinct is to call Oliver, to tell him everything and unwind as he calmly explains how this is all normal and lays out how I'll get it all done. Langdon is on his way, Austin tells me. What were you saying? You missed a what? Oh, I say, tripping to keep up with his fast strides as he enters the elevator. I had to send something to my editor. My head spins and I pull my phone out of my purse again to see if Benny has returned my call. Oop, none of that, he says, tapping the top of my phone with his index finger. We've got a lot to do today. Leaning in, he adds, nothing's more important than this, is it? Austin leads me to a conference room and hands me a printed copy of the script. My first glimpse, telling me I have a half hour to look it over while we wait for Langdon to arrive. He's stuck in traffic, Austin says, frowning down at his phone. I haven't even read through... Don't worry, he says, gently interrupting me. He comes around the table to sit next to me, and his sincere wince tells me he knows how overwhelming this must be for me. I can just never tell whether or not he's on my side. We have all day to pour through this. I swear, Lola, you'll have so much time with this script, you'll want to burn it soon. By the time Langdon arrives and the three of us sit down, my notes on the first few scenes are shakily written and disorganized. The document in front of me is one of the most exciting things to ever happen in my life, but I can't manage to engage fully. My thoughts vacillate between Junebug and Oliver, from anxiety to relief and back again. But Langdon and Austin are already very familiar with the script, and even without the deadline panic and the Oliver obsession hijacking my brain, I feel like I'm chasing a car down the street to keep up with the conversation. I need to focus. I can't look to see if Benny or Eric has called me back. I just need to get through the day. Just get through the day. Just get through... So, Lola. Austin cuts into my efforts, using the tip of his pen to scratch his scalp. The loud scritch, scritch, scritch seems to echo through the room. I run my hands up over my bare arms, wondering why the air conditioning is cranked so high. We were thinking in the opening scene, he continues, Quinn could be coming back from the library rather than waking up in bed. I scan through the section in question, noting that I hadn't written any comments there. I actually liked the opening scene. Well, it's sort of less scary to first run into Razor outside the library than it is to wake up to him standing in her bedroom, I argue. I'm just not sure the audience will be sympathetic to Razor if he's in the bedroom of an 18-year-old girl, Langdon says. I stare at both of them. Especially since Quinn is 15. Austin glances up at Langdon, and I catch his subtle headshake. Let's focus first on the library versus bedroom issue. The audience isn't supposed to be sympathetic to Razor at the beginning. Do I really need to explain this? I feel the other stress melting away as this one begins dumping fuel on the fire in my chest. He's a deformed man with scales and teeth as sharp as knives. He doesn't look like a hero because at the beginning he's not. Austin launches into an explanation about audience confidence and first impression, and there's so much jargon that after a few minutes of it, my brain starts to slowly ebb away, thinking instead of Oliver in his office. How he told me to be quiet. How it felt like he knew I was starting to panic at the idea of leaving for 3 measly days. How much he seems to love me already. How much he trusts me to get it right. How much I need him here right now. Eyes centering mine, helping me get through this 1 minute at a time. So the issue really is grabbing them up front, curling our fist around their collar and yelling in their faces that they'll love Razor, Austin continues, no matter what he does. Right up front, in the first scene, it lets us forgive him when he acts out later. I nod, head swimming. What he's saying makes sense. But it also doesn't, right? Fuck, I know I missed most of his lecture, but I can't help but fight just a little longer. I just think... Langdon sighs heavily, looking to Austin in exasperation. We don't have time for this. No, Austin says, waving easily to Langdon and giving me a winning smile. Let her speak. The words swim in my head, and for several long, painful seconds I forget what scene we're talking about. The open? Austin prompts with deliberate patience. Nodding quickly, I say, I prefer it to happen the way it is in the book. Under his breath, Langdon sneers. Now there's a surprise. I whip my head to him. Excuse me? I ask, my heart beating so hard I'm shaking. Isn't this an adaptation of the book? I edited that scene for weeks to get it right. A sarcastic smile curls Langdon's mouth. You're how old? He asks, leaning forward with his elbows planted on the table. I sit up. The panel shows a girl with a barrel of propane holding a match. 23. 23. And you wrote a book and some people liked it and now you understand Hollywood? He flicks his fingers in front of him, leaning back in his chair. I'm not sure why I'm here then. My blood turns to steam. He just said what? I guess I'm not either. I finally manage, voice shaking. You're 45 with only one screenplay adapted for a major film studio, and it grossed less than $11 million. Our budget is 10 times that. Langdon draws a deep breath, and it makes him look like a dragon preparing to exhale fire. My focus has been indie films, giving me a niche perspective that allows me to... Austin tries to laugh, but it comes out as a shrill burst. Langdon, stop it. Don't be a diva. Lola is just telling us how she feels. This is all new to her. He turns to me, placating. Some of this, and I know it will be hard, will just have to be you trusting us. Trusting me, trusting Langdon, trusting the process. Do you think you can do that? He's already nodding, already smiling as if I've agreed. I stare at him, stunned. Great, he proclaims. We'll tweak the opening just a tiny bit, and then boom, your world will unfold on the screen. The rest of the meeting is equally abysmal. Langdon eventually gets over his tantrum, but my story is hacked apart, reorganized. Dialogue I love is lost. Scenes I would have never thought to include in the book somehow make it into the script. It's not that I'm particularly precious about my work, but so many of their changes simply don't make sense, and we have to do it all again tomorrow, and the day after that. I order room service and get into my pajamas before 8 o'clock. Eric called during our brief lunch break and has set up a call for us on Friday afternoon during my drive home to San Diego. At the very least, he didn't sound like he wanted to murder me, but I know when I get home, I'm going to have to dive into the writing cave. My phone rests in the middle of the fluffy bed, black and lifeless. I want to call Oliver, to beg him to ramble and pull me out of this frozen frenzy, but every breath I take only makes it halfway down my windpipe before it seems to push back out. I want him here. I have a to-do list 5 miles long, but I feel restless in the room alone. It seems crazy, like needing him this way is too much too soon. I spent most of the day wishing I were back in San Diego rather than at the table working through the script. But I don't want to talk to Oliver on the phone because I feel inarticulate in my panic about him and me, about the book, about the movie, about everything. And I don't want to text him either because it's trite to put this enormity in a tiny digital box. I miss him in this weird, frantic way. I want to drive home tonight to be with him. I need him in the hotel room with me, and I know, without having to weigh the pros and cons for him, that he would drive up here in a heartbeat if I asked. He would calm me down, make me laugh, tease my insanity into something else. A fluffy toy to prop at the end of a pen, a bright pink plastic slinky, something disposable and silly. But if he came up here, he would be on the road alone, late. People are drunk. People are reckless. People text and drive, and San Diego is over 130 miles away. My phone vibrates with a text, and I look down to see his name on the screen. How did it all go? Picking up my phone, I start to type about 10 different replies, but find myself deleting each one. Finally dropping it back on the bed, I turn on the television, get into the shower. I pull out a notepad and spend the next few hours sketching some of the worst things I've ever done, and then drop the pad on the bed. Was Razorfish a fluke? I started it when I was 15, and it took me 3 years to finish, 2 more to edit, and another 2 to get published. How did I ever expect to write the follow-up in a matter of months while touring, working on the film, falling in love? The panel shows a monster eating the furniture. I'm exhausted, but my brain won't stop. I dig into my bag, find a sleeping pill. It stares at me, tiny and white and challenging. I don't even feel it slide down my throat. The world narrows from a wide, white space to the tiny spot of focus in front of me, my hand holding a pen. The line elongates, dragging off the margin, and my eyelids are heavy trees falling over in the woods. Austin meets me outside the building again the next morning, handing me a huge cup of coffee. "Figured you might need it, eh?" he asks, sipping his little espresso. I smile, thanking him as I take it. My thoughts reel. Is he saying today is going to be longer and harder than yesterday, or is he saying he thinks I need to be more focused and got me a coffee to help? I follow him to the elevators, listening to him have a short, bursty conversation on his cell. He hangs up just as we get into the car and press into a cluster of people. "I want you to know that Langdon really does get the spirit of your story," Austin says, too loud in such a crowded space. I'm sure. I want to talk to Austin about this, of course, as well as make sure we'll be able to wrap this up in time for me to get home and back to work, but I really don't want to do it in the middle of a crowded elevator. And I get that the age thing is a sticking point to you. It is, I say quietly. But Langdon has the film sensibility to know what will work and what won't. We aren't going to draw in the male audience we need with a 15-year-old female protagonist. I can tell everyone around us is listening in, waiting to see how I reply. Well, that's a shame, I say, and someone behind me snorts. I can't tell from the sound whether it's supportive or derisive. Though Natalie Portman was only 12 in The Professional, and a lot of Razor and Quinn's relationship dynamics are based on that. The doors open on our floor. Well, there was certainly discussion about the sexual dynamics there, too, he points out. I open my mouth to give him my opinion that it's about damaged people finding connection, and it's never implied to be a sexual relationship between Matilda and Leon, when the door opens and Austin steps out of the lift. Sex sells, he says over his shoulder. It's not an idiom for nothing. Wolverine, too, I call out, loud enough that I know he hears me, even if he's charging ahead of me and thumbing through emails on his phone. He mentors younger girls and never lets it get creepy. Austin ignores this, and we walk down toward the same conference room we were in yesterday. I see through the glass door that Langdon is already there, sitting and laughing easily with another man, slightly older than Langdon, but fit, with graying hair at his temples and thick tortoiseshell frames. Oh, good, they're both here, Austin says, pushing the door open with a flattened palm. Lola, this is Gregory St. Jude. The man stands and turns, looking at me with guarded eyes. Our director, Austin adds. I reach out to shake the man's hand. He's shorter than I am, but greets me with a firm handshake, a friendly nod, and then sits back down beside Langdon. My dad's name is Greg, too, I say with what I hope is an affable smile. His answering one is tight around his eyes. I prefer Gregory, actually. Sure, of course. I'm already unsteady from the misfire with Austin and suddenly feel like Razor himself, arriving from a completely different version of this same world. I'm clearly cracking because I have to bite back a laugh at the thought. Sliding my phone on the table, I'm hit with the need to call Oliver and tell him that, to hear his voice, to get a taste of normalcy. And just like that, it's as if I've broken the seal and let in the flood of thoughts. I never texted him back last night, so this morning I sent him a series of heart emojis and a SOS, LA is weird text. But his reply, slept like a rock. Think I've been sleep deprived. Call when you're done today. Wasn't nearly enough. I briefly reconsidered the idea of him driving up and spending the next 2 nights with me, but would I be able to focus at all knowing he was within a few miles? And even if I could, when would I work? Lola, Austin says, and I blink over to him, registering that I've been staring at the screen of my phone, and this is probably not the first time he's said my name. Sorry, was just... I turn off the phone completely and smile over at him. There, sorry. Where are we starting? His smile is wan. Page 60. Chapter 12. Lola. Oliver is standing outside my building on Friday afternoon when the black car pulls up to the curb. The driver opens my door and then unloads my small bag from the trunk, refusing a tip. "Already covered," he says with a smile. I wilt. This time I was prepared. I shove the 20 in my pocket and look up. Mute at night, frantic to contribute meaningfully during the day, I spoke to Oliver only twice in the past 2 days, for a total of maybe 10 minutes. And my reaction to seeing him right now is exactly what I expected. He's wearing dark jeans, a deep red t-shirt, his navy blue Converse. His hair is combed but hangs over his forehead. His lenses don't begin to filter the brilliant blue eyes behind them. When he smiles at me, tucking the corner of his bottom lip between his straight white teeth, it's like taking 10 deep gulps of fresh air. He takes one step toward me, and I move quickly into his arms, pressing into him for more when he squeezes tight, pushing all the air out of me. His mouth is on my temple, my cheek, covering my lips in small bursts of kisses, lips opening, tongue sliding inside to claim me. Out on the sidewalk, his hands impatiently move over my waist, my hips, my ass, words sliding across my lips as he tells me he missed me, missed me, missed me. I want to go upstairs, make love, drown in him. But it's nearly 7 and we have dinner at my dad's. With a groan, Oliver pulls away, nodding to his car at the curb. He links his fingers with mine and walks me to the passenger side. "Ready?" I nod. "No." Laughing, he opens the door for me. "Let's go." As impossible as it seems, I've never really had an awkward moment with my dad. Even after he came home from the war and we sat across from each other at the breakfast table, both of us unable to think of anything but his nightmare-tortured bellowing in the middle of the night, haunted by the images scorched on his closed lids. Even when Mom left and he lost his mind in a bottle and pills, and I would drag him to bed, give him water, listen to his sobs. Even when he came to my room while I was doing homework and quietly admitted that he needed some help. We've had hard times, brutal even. But it's never been weird. This truth dissolves the moment we pull up at the curb and Dad is waiting on the porch wearing an enormous grin. It didn't occur to me until just now that I'm 23 and have never brought a boyfriend home. The second we walk in the door, I know Dad is going to make this as horrible as I expected. His smile reaches both ears, and when he slaps Oliver on the back, the sound cracks through the room. Oliver smiles easily at him, eyes glinting with humor. "Hi, Greg." "Son," Dad crows. My stomach turns tight and sour. "Dad, don't," I warn. He laughs. "Don't what, Lorelei?" "Don't make it weird for the rest of all time?" He's already shaking his head. "Make it weird? Why would I do that? Just saying hi to you and your new fella, your boyfriend, I growl at him, cutting him off. Reaching for something behind the couch, he pulls out a Barry White CD and an ice bucket with a bottle of champagne. "To the happy new couple." Oliver laughs. A single short burst of delight, always so easy, never makes it awkward for anyone, and takes the bottle from Greg. "Allow me the pleasure." "I don't think I had any say in the matter," Dad jokes. I squeeze my eyes closed. It's both the best and worst thing that the two of them are such good friends. The panel shows the girl throwing a frying pan into the air and standing quietly beneath it. I pat both their shoulders as I walk past them. "If anyone needs me for this self-congratulatory wank fest, I'll be in the backyard." Dad calls after me. "Don't you want a glass of this new relationship champagne, Lola?" But I'm already through the kitchen, pushing out into the crisp, open air. It's gorgeous out. Passion fruit vines crawl heavily up the fence, separating our yard from the Blunts, weighing down the ancient wood so that it bows toward our lawn. During the summer days, there are so many bees inside the web of leaves that I used to imagine they could work in concert to lift the leaves, the fence, the yard, our house from the earth and take it somewhere else, like pulling a sticker from paper. When the fruit grows ripe, it falls from the vine, making a tiny popping sound against the hard earth below. I closed my eyes, remembering the feel of the vibration of the bees above as I would crawl into the vines and feel along the ground for ripe fruit to take inside. I feel like I haven't breathed in days, but now that I'm away from LA, I can. I'm aware of the tightness high in my throat and how it eases, a fist unclenching. Tension still knots my stomach. I have so much to do. The script isn't even finalized. Austin and Langdon compromised by letting me edit the version we came up with on the condition that I don't revert any of the agreed-upon changes back to the original version. Eric has given me 2 weeks to finish Junebug, which is good because soon after that I leave on another book tour and return a week later to the first day of principal filming on set. I've never had to juggle this much before, and every time I have to switch my headspace from movie Razorfish to book Razorfish to Junebug, it feels like learning how to write all over again. I'm a reservoir, slowly draining water. From the house, I hear Oliver's low voice and then Dad's burst of laughter, followed by the pop of a cork. Despite the twisting worry in me, I bite my lip as I smile at the sound of their indistinct words spoken in happy, easy tones. They're a bit over the top when together, but I knew this about Dad already and still brought Oliver to dinner. They're so genuinely fond of each other, and that knowledge is both a relief and terrifying. The voices inside disappear, and then the screen door creaks behind me. Slow footsteps make their way down the back stairs, and I feel a long, warm body settle beside me on the lawn. I lean into his side, closing my eyes and wanting to roll on him, luxuriate in the feel of him. "Where's Dad?" I ask. Oliver slides an arm along my back, cupping his fingers into my waist. His mouth finds my neck, and he speaks into it. "Putting the finishing touches on our coming-out dinner?" I laugh, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. "You don't like how he's taking all of this?" "I do." I hedge. "It's just like having a new haircut. You want everyone to like it, but you don't really need everyone to notice it quite so intensely." He bends, kissing the corner of my mouth. "You hate this sort of attention, don't you? You want this, us, Loliver," he says with a smirk, "to be effect. Settled. Old news." I smile up at him, a million beating wings let loose in my heart. Or maybe I want him to smile and be quietly knowing, but let me be the one who's giddy over Loliver. "That's rather selfish," he says, teasing. "And, for the record, I've never known your dad to be quietly knowing about anything." I bite my lip, looking up at him. His mouth is skewed by a tiny smile, and I can tell he's teasing, but he's also not. "I know." He turns to me, rubbing the pad of his index finger along my bottom lip. "Greg's happy for you." Pausing, he studies me while I manage several short, shallow breaths under the gentle scrutiny. When he says more, his voice is quiet. "I get the sense you haven't brought many boyfriends home." "Or any," I say, and his gaze becomes heavy, dropping to my mouth. "You're the first." "You've had other long-term boyfriends, though." Reaching up, I touch my fingertips to his chin. "I wouldn't call you and me long-term yet." He laughs. "I guess that depends on your definition. We've certainly been building up to this for a long time. I mean, someone you've been with long enough to want to bring home." "Are you asking me how many people I've been with?" A smile curves his lips. "Not directly." I laugh, telling him, "You're my fifth." He makes a little grumpy face I've never seen before, and I ask, "Do you want me to ask you?" "You can," he challenges, meeting my eyes and maybe knowing I won't actually ask. I wait, and finally he laughs through a wince. "Though I don't actually know. There were lots of random nights in uni. I'm going to guess around 30. I nod, looking back over to the fence and holding my breath until the sting evaporates from my lungs. "You don't like that answer," he says. "Did you like mine?" Laughing, he agrees. "Not really. In my ideal world, I took your virginity the other night." I roll my eyes. Guys are so ridiculous about that. "Well, clearly not just guys," he argues. You also don't like that I've been with other women. I don't like the idea that you've loved other women. He can't help the cocky flicker of a smile that flashes on his lips. Oliver leans close, mouth sliding up my neck to my ear. Well, I don't think I've ever loved anyone quite like this, in this sort of giddy, obliterating, game-changing way, where I can see myself with her for the rest of my life. This feels so new, so bare, so exposed. I wonder if Oliver realizes how scary it is for me to bring him here, to admit, even if I can't say the 3 tiny words myself, that I care that he loves me. As soon as we open our hearts up to love, we show the universe the easiest way to break them in half. 30 women. It's not that it's a surprise or particularly jarring, not after the initial sting, anyway. It's that it's new after months of never discussing these things. I can't decide if I love or hate how everything I learn about him makes me feel like I don't really know him at all. I know what art would make his eyes go wide, which movies he hates and which he loves. I know what to order him if he's late to meet us at the Regal Beagle. I know that he's an only child and that he doesn't like ketchup, but I don't know his emotional heart at all. Who he's ever imagined he might love, how he's been hurt, and what kind of boyfriend he's been to some of those women. What might send him away? His hand comes up to my back, rubbing in small, slow circles. I missed you, he whispers. God, my heart. Me too. Why did you not call me more? I shrug, leaning into his shoulder. I didn't know what to say. The meetings were hard. I missed a really important deadline. I went to a weird place. What deadline? He asks, pulling back to look at me. Junebug, I say, and feel the now familiar roll of nausea over it. It was due 2 weeks ago. It was? He says, eyes wide. I nod. I know. I had the date right in my calendar, but in my head I thought it was next week. Even if it was next week, it would be late. How can I help? It's weird but wonderful to hear him ask this. Weird because it comes out so easily, so readily, and for the first time I really do see what Harlow meant about me being clueless. This sort of question has been second nature to Oliver for as long as I've known him. I don't know. I'm going to dive into it all tomorrow morning. I squeeze my eyes closed, wanting to put that aside just for another couple of hours. Anyway, I'm sorry I didn't call. I didn't like being away, but then I didn't like not liking being away. He laughs quietly. That makes perfect sense. I took sleeping pills a couple of the nights. I feel him turn to look at me. Yeah? Do you need that usually? No, but work was really stressful and I sort of turned into mute Lola. Still a version of the Lola I love, he says, kissing my hair. I know her well. Away from him, I felt crazy. Next to him, it's just easy to spill it all, and it doesn't seem so strange. How did I manage to be away for 3 days? He slides his hand into the back of my hair. You'll stay over tonight? I should say no, but it's not like I'm going to get a lot of work done tonight anyway. Tonight, I need this. I need the Oliver reboot. Tomorrow, the crackdown begins in earnest. I nod and turn my face to him just as he leans close, putting his lips on mine, slightly open, just barely wet. The tip of his tongue touches the tip of mine, and it's a match struck against pavement. I'm over him, pressing down, needing relief in that aching part of me, aching parts, between my legs, inside my ribs. I want to believe I can breathe without him, but I'm not sure, and I don't know what's more terrifying, thinking I could never be alone again or trying it. I hear a quiet cry escape my throat. I missed you. He kisses me again, whispering, So did I. Come here, Lola, love. He draws his tongue across the seam of my mouth, encouraging me to open again. I feel his quiet groan, the urgency behind his touch when he cups my face and tilts his head, getting a better angle. Steam is rushing through my blood, too, urging my hips to fall into the instinctive, easy rhythm. Desire flashes hot along my skin when my body remembers sex with him. I want every touch to turn into something deeper and wild. He growls and bites my lip when I grind my hips over him, needing to see if he's hard already, as immediately desperate as I am. But he shifts me back, reasonably, and I know the backyard of my dad's house isn't the right place for this. I can't take him in small doses yet. I'm not used to kissing him enough to have just a taste. Pulling away, I lean my forehead against his, catching my breath. It seems like instead of having 5 senses, I now have 20. Everything inside me buzzes with sensory overload. Sorry, I whisper. I still don't really believe you're on my lap like this. He runs his hands up my sides. Do you know how many times I touched myself to the fantasy of you sitting on my lap, fucking me while I suck your perfect teats? I burst out laughing, slapping a hand over my mouth as I glance back at the screen door. He kisses my chin, his calm smile slowly straightening into a sweetly curved line. He suddenly seems 30 years older than me. He handles this infatuation so well. We'll finish this later. When I nod again, he guides me off his lap and we lie down, shoulder to shoulder, staring up at the sky. It feels like an enormous ocean above us, swimming with stars. Oliver's hand finds mine, his long fingers curling around and between. Tell me more about L.A., he says. I groan, taking a few breaths to collect my thoughts. I started Razor so long ago, I don't think I remember the stumbling at first. But going up to L.A. was like ice water dumped over my head. I felt naive and useless in these meetings about my own story. And then when I would go home at night to work on Junebug, it was like I couldn't even get started. He hums sympathetically beside me, lifting our joined hands to his mouth to kiss the back of mine. I missed you and was obsessing about us and couldn't stop worrying about how I was coming off in these meetings. I look over at him. There were 3 of them. Gregory, don't call him Greg, by God, Austin and Langdon. Gregory St. Jude, he asks. He did metadata last year, right? He's obviously more familiar with these names than I am. I had to do some quick IMDbing on my phone in the hall the other day. And I have a pang of embarrassment all over again. Right, and he's fine. He didn't really engage me much, but Langdon is a total douche. Initially, Austin said Langdon really connected to the story, but let me be clear, he doesn't. Or maybe he does, but as a 40-something dude who wants to bang Quinn. Oliver groans. So did you finish the edits? He asks. And I can feel his head turned, the weight of his eyes on me. No, we got through it, but they're letting me have 2 weeks with it to put my polish on it, whatever that means, I say. There's so many things I'm not allowed to change, and the things I am aren't really details I care about. I don't care about Quinn's clothes. He sighs, turning his face back up to the sky. I'm sorry it was frustrating, Pitt. That sucks. I nod. It's okay. We'll figure it out. I'm just glad to be back with you tonight. Same. He kisses my hand again, and after we have spent several minutes looking up at the stars in silence, the screen door squeaks open, and I feel Dad up there, looking down at us. I know what he sees. His daughter lying on the grass, holding hands with a man for the first time in front of him. I can't imagine what he feels. If it's bittersweet or only sweet, or as terrifying for him as it is for me. Dinner, he calls quietly. Inside, he set the table with placemats and napkins tucked into brass rings. A candle is lit in the middle, and when I look up at him to scowl, his eyes are more anxious than teasing. I can tell he knows he's gone a little overboard, and I give him a reluctant smile instead. Oliver sits beside me on the opposite side of the table from Dad, and we serve ourselves in silence. Without me here, they'd be laughing and eating unselfconsciously. Without Oliver here, Dad and I would be laughing and eating unselfconsciously. In this case, 2 is not better than 1. Dad clears his throat awkwardly and looks up at us. I am really happy for you 2, he says. I open my mouth to beg for us to change the subject, for the love of God, but Oliver senses something I don't, and covers my knee with his hand beneath the table, squeezing. Thanks. It's pretty great so far. He smiles at Dad before taking a bite of salad. Friends first, Dad says, nodding. Friends first, Oliver repeats. Dad sips his water and then gazes at me, and I see what Oliver must have. Dad usually hides behind teasing humor, but now he's showing rare emotion. Lola's mom and I met at a bar. He tilts his head, smiling. Dove straight in. Turns out we were better at being enemies, but when we were friends, it was awfully nice. I want you to have someone who's better at being a friend. Raising my eyebrows, I give him a, "We're going to talk about this here and now" face, and he laughs a little. We don't talk about Mom anymore when it's just the two of us, let alone in front of someone else. There just isn't very much unexplored territory. As of this summer, she's been gone 1 year longer than they were married. I know the basics any child would know. They had a decent marriage, not a great one, but weren't actually together in one place very often because of his deployments. When he was discharged and returned home, things were too hard for her. As an adult, I've deduced that Dad forgave her long ago and thinks she probably hates herself too much for leaving to ever try to talk to me again. I think she's a coward who shouldn't bother. Tom Petty sings about free-falling in the other room, and the melody has this way of making me feel like time loops in this slowly expanding arc. We just go around and around and around, and part of me will always be 12, while the rest of me ages, navigating the world with one parent who cared enough for two. Gratitude for my father swells in me until I feel my breath catch in my throat. I cover Oliver's hand with mine, grateful for the tiny breath he forced me to take, the step back for perspective, and I ask Dad, "Where's Ellen tonight?" I can tell he's happy that I brought her up. His smile cracks across his face, and he launches into a very detailed explanation of her work schedule and late dinner plans with friends. Oliver's hand is a distracting warmth beneath mine, tendons and bones, smooth skin, sparse hair. I want to lift it from the table, press it to my face. Oliver draws small circles on my thigh as he drives us home. If I didn't know better, I would think he was doing it absently, but I'm finding that he doesn't do anything without intent. He's quiet but deliberate, relaxed but always observing. "Where do you want to have 6?" he asks, staring straight ahead. I turn to grin at him. "Right now?" "No, I mean, some crazy place you want to do it someday. Right now, I'm driving you to my house for the 6. I hum, thinking, "Small World ride at Disneyland." He glances at me and then back at the road. A bit of a cliché, maybe. And illegal, I'm guessing. Probably, but every time I'm on it, I can't help but think about what it would be like to sneak in there and find a dark corner. "At night, maybe," he agrees quietly. "Away from everyone. We'd take off just enough for me to be able to get inside you." I swallow, pushing his hand up my thigh as I imagine his pants hanging low on his hips, the definition of muscles framing the soft hair on his toned stomach. How fast and frantic he would move in me. "Would you want the ride to be going while I was fucking you in there?" he asks casually, clicking on his right turn indicator. Goosebumps erupt along my arms at his crude, growled words. Only if I knew we were hidden from view and it was just about being quiet. That bleeding song plays the whole time anyway. He doesn't look my way, but smiles at this. "I'd want to make just enough noise so that you could hear me," he says, turning onto his street. As soon as he says it, I remember the sound of his rhythmic grunts, his hoarse, guttural exhales as he fucks me hard. He pulls to the curb and shuts off the engine, turning to look at me. The engine ticks through the silent car, and I can feel my heart pounding in my chest and all the way up my throat as he slowly leans in, his focus entirely on my lips. The house is right there. 20 steps to inside, but we're here, kissing like we haven't been alone in a year. Oliver kisses me for minutes, for days, until my mouth is sore from the beard I don't want him to shave. He's tongue and teeth and growl while he presses me into the door. I can feel his hunger in the way he stretches across the center console and cups my head in his hand. I can feel it in the noises that escape every time he gets me at a different angle, every time I pull him in deeper, bite him, suck on his lips. "Take me inside." "I will take you inside," he says, laughing and opening the door behind me so we half tumble out together and he has to crawl awkwardly out of my side of the car, practically laying me down on the sidewalk. Anyone walking by would think we were drunk. Is that what this is? It's chemistry, I know that for sure. Something numbing and piercing at once, something that makes me feel like I'm alive for the first time and dead in other ways. Murdered memories of what anyone else felt like before this man. murdered memories of what it felt like to be over 100 miles away. I know the weight of his hands and body, how he tastes just like me after only 2 deep kisses, the way his laughs turn into moans, and how he watches my hands when I touch him. Oliver pulls me up so I'm standing and throws me over his shoulder, charging down the walkway and bursting into the house. He lowers me so that I slide down his front, all along him, and feel his chest and stomach and his cock pressing at me from beneath his jeans. His fingers tickle my waist. He gives me a tiny smile, and my shirt is up and off, followed by my bra. The breeze picks up, and the open door squeaks on its hinges, Oliver's R2-D2 knocker rattling against the wood. The cool air rolls along my skin, over goosebumps that pebble my arms and stomach. I kick the door closed, blocking out the intrusion of this one additional string left loose and untended. Quiet seals up around us, and then all I can hear is the soft sound of Oliver kissing up my neck. His hands curve up over my breasts, my waist, my hips. My pants are unbuttoned and sweetly coaxed down my legs. I never want to run out of clothes, because every time he peels something away, he kisses me lower, hums against the skin, and bites just the smallest bit. It's like having lust uncorked and poured in bubbly streams across my skin. You're soft in all the best places. His voice turns to smoke against my skin as he kneels, pulling my underwear down my legs 1 tiny inch at a time. Even sweeter than you are soft. His mouth finds my breast, nibbling and blowing across the tips while his hands are busy helping me step out of my underwear. The entryway light is on, and he looks up at me, whispering, "You like having your tits sucked?" I nod, bracing my hands on his shoulders, right there, mere feet from his front door. I push into his mouth and wonder how I'm standing naked and he's fully clothed, and I feel like I can't move because I don't ever want him to stop what he's doing, but I want more. I grow heavy, desire filling the space beneath my skin until I can't help but beg out loud. He smiles as he kisses me and moves to the other, neglected breast, licking in long draws of his tongue until he gives me what I really want, the closing of his lips around me, the delicious relief of suction. I stare down at him, at his mess of brown hair brushing against my skin and kiss-swollen lips playing with my breast. Is this really happening? Oliver nods, drawing his tongue across my nipple like he's licking an ice cream cone, and then sucks it so deep into his mouth I wonder if he might consume me. My breasts spill from his hands, and he licks and bites whatever he can't hold. It's a frenzy. My body has been waiting days for this and has no patience now. Fuck. My fingers curl into his hair, and he pulls back, looking up at my face as his fingers stroke the inside of my thigh. I make fists in his shirt, pull it over his head, and relish the slide of my palms over his wide shoulders as he kisses my navel, my hip. I don't want to do this here. I take a step backward and then one more, and he's up, following me down the hall with his hands on my hips and his mouth on mine, and he's telling me I'm so fucking sweet. He wants me so much. The world tilts and his bed is soft beneath my back. The panel shows him looking down at her. She's wide open. The first day with these new eyes. He would take a bite out of her if he could. Oliver takes his glasses off and sets them on the table near the bed. He braces his hand at my hip, gazing down, letting his gaze move over every part of me. In my peripheral vision, I can see my chest rising and falling, but I can't tear my attention from his face. I remember the time he made me laugh so hard I spit-sprayed Diet Coke all over his Hellraiser t-shirt. I remembered the time he ran up to the loft to show me the Detective Comics 31 someone sold him. I remember when he said, "I do," even though he didn't. I remember leaning on the kitchen counter, sipping coffee, watching him sleep on the couch. What's going on in that mind of yours? I'm trying not to panic, obsess, fall too fast, too deep. I'm feeling things, I whisper. He bends, speaking against my stomach as he kisses it. What kind of things? Panicky things? I can feel his smile. Let them go. I close my eyes, threading my hand into his hair. How can such happiness push a sharp spike through my lungs? It's good, he promises, kissing down to my hip. I've wanted this for months, and I know you feel the same. I love you. I feel you thinking it every time I say it, the way your hands find some part of me to hold on to. His fingers move between my legs, slide down over my clit, barely dipping into me. It's a luxury doing this, feeling this, being here. It's a luxury to have all night, to have nothing but this thing between us to tend to. He strokes me, soft at first, so slowly, and then he speeds up as my breath catches and my legs open wider, him kissing his way to my mouth, asking quietly if I like it, if his fingers feel good. I nod, arching from the bed, working my body closer, wishing his pants were off so I could feel the thick weight of him in my hand and pushing inside me. I don't know what he's doing with his fingers, but it's fast and slippery, and I'm so close, almost there. Everything is turning transparent, and... His hand leaves me for a split second, and then I feel the stinging bite of his fingers spanking me there. The panel shows the earth split in two. He swallows my shocked gasp with a deep kiss, covering my mouth and groaning when heat melts into a fevered need for more, and he feels me arch under him, shuddering. Oh, God! He exhales something between a sigh and a yeah against my lips and strokes me gently again for several soft, slow kisses before he spanks me again 3 times, fast and sharp. The next time his fingers circle gently across my clit, I'm crying out, filled with something warm and silver, and it bursts out of me, sliding over my skin and filling my blood with smoke. He strokes me satisfyingly hard, eyes wide as he watches me come. When I close my eyes and melt into the mattress below me, he ducks, kissing my neck, hand trailing over to my thigh to spread me even wider. You liked that, he says, lips finding my jaw. I spanked your pussy and you liked it. I moan, wanting his mouth on me, the odd reassurance of it. You're filthy, he praises, licking my lower lip. You're glorious. I sit up, pulling him between my legs and going to work on his belt, his button fly, shoving his pants down his hips with impatient hands. My mouth is watering and his hands brace on my shoulders, ready. His cock juts in front of me, thick to the point of excessive, and I feel the way his torso clenches when I pull his foreskin back, bend and lick around the crown, sucking. I've only given a few blowjobs in my life, and each time it was such a conscious effort filled with so much thought. Is it good? Oh, God, my jaw is sore. Will I have to swallow? None of that is happening now. All I can think is how much more I want to take, how the skin is stretched so tight around him, how I can practically feel how it must be for him when I lick him wetly, suck at where he leaks, pull the entire head of his cock into my mouth and as far down as I can take it. My hands find his balls, feeling, knowing. This body is mine to know, mine to touch, and he helps me move, helps me find a rhythm, and his hips shift with me. His voice encourages me with the broken sounds and tiny grunts, and I love how hard he gets. Harder, harder as I suck, and he's close. Oh, fuck, he's so close already, and I ache for it. I want him to come in me, on me, over me, and he's there. Thrusts, wild, hands making fists in my hair, voice growing louder and warning, accent thick and garbled, but I don't want to stop. I want him like this. Hips flexed as he's coming in my throat, growling as I suck all the way through it. He presses his lips to my hair, groaning as the final spasms of his orgasm shake through him, and the feel of it is like a million tiny lightning bolts dancing across my scalp. He stares down at me, catching his breath as I kiss up and down his cock. I have never loved doing that before, but holy fuck, now I'm obsessed. I collapse back on the mattress, biting my lip through an enormous grin. Oliver shifts forward, bending over me with 2 fists planted beside my hips. You just sucked my soul out of me. I roll to the side, giggling and feeling pretty fucking proud of the head I just gave, because just looking at him, I can tell it was stellar. He kicks off his pants, rolls me back so he's above me, and kisses my breasts, down my stomach. And in a haze, I realize where he's headed, what he's going to do. No, I whisper, quickly adding, it's okay. I slide my fingers under his jaw, guide his face back up to mine. He's gone quiet. Oliver kisses me once, but no more. He stares down at me, studying my face. Something is wrapped around my heart, growing tighter the longer I look at him. The floppy brown hair and blue eyes still full of satisfaction, but now also mixed with something else, something knowing. And I have to close my eyes to ease the ache of it because it was all so perfect until I stopped him. Look at me. He waits and then urges, Lola. I open my eyes, focus on his mouth. The soft bottom lip, dark stubble shadowing his jaw. You don't want me to kiss you here? His fingers drift between my legs. I do. Then why did you stop me? It's what? It's a thing. A thing? He pulls back a little, a jerky movement that tells me he's not sure he likes what I'm saying. I don't know what you mean. God, I am so bad at articulating this. The whole backstory. The what? Sighing, I throw an arm over my face, and I'm grateful he doesn't immediately pull it away. You know, about learning from your roommates and her friends, how you became this oral sex legend. It just means you've done it with a lot of women. When I move my arm, I see that he looks briefly amused. You just gave me the blowjob of my life. I'm as surprised as you are, I tell him honestly. You inspired me. I haven't been taught. He sighs. I was wondering if it bothered you or if you were teasing me. I reach up, trace his mouth with my fingertip. It doesn't bother me or make me jealous. It makes me feel like I have to get it, if that makes sense. I don't like oral sex, but with you, if I don't come, it's because of me. He starts to say something, but I press my fingers to his mouth so I can finish my thought first. I'm not very good at relaxing when guys are doing that to me. I never have been. My mind wanders and I start thinking of other things, and I realize that makes me weird, but there you go. He closes his eyes. Do you feel the same with me as you have with these other men? The hilarity of this. No, of course not. Have you considered that you didn't enjoy it because they weren't very good at it? Yes, but I've also considered that I didn't enjoy it because they didn't either. He stares at me, head tilted, expression unreadable until he whispers, Well, maybe you need to be comfortable with the person in order to be comfortable with the act. No, I mean, I whisper, feeling truly naked for the first time tonight. What if you don't like it with me? His gaze softens. How could that possibly happen? When I don't answer, he whispers, Lola, I've already felt you. I've tasted you. I know. On my fingers, on yours. Do you remember how I responded? I close my eyes and nod. I remember the sounds he made, the way he seemed to want more. He lifts my hand, kisses my palm. I'd be so careful with you. I trust I'd start slow. He interrupts, kissing me again. Just kissing you there first. I bite back a smile, but it dissolves when his tongue slips across my palm, tracing in a soft, wide circle. His lips come together and he sucks gently on each of my fingers. I wouldn't suck too hard. Wouldn't lick too fast. Swirling around my palm, his tongue forms smaller and smaller circles until my hand feels wet and warm under his kiss, and I ache so intensely for him that I feel a little breathless. And it's me. It's Oliver, not some other guy. I smile, pulling my hand back enough to run my fingers across his stubbly chin. Circles, I think, he muses. Just around and around and around. So steady and gentle until you're soaking wet, with legs spread wide, and you're clawing at the sheets, begging to come on my lips. I'd want you begging for my mouth every time we're alone. He looks up at me. And I'd give it to you, Lola, he says, quietly, earnestly. I would suck the pleasure straight out of you. I wouldn't toy with you. If I could get you there, I would, whenever you want it. He slides his tongue along my index finger to the tip. I want to be so good, you never let me go. I exhale a hoarse, begging noise. I already can't imagine my life without him. But after I do that, I'd need to feel you. You would? He brings my hand between us, circling his cock. See? Even the idea has me hard again, and I just came. Already I'm so bloody hard for you. After studying his face for 3 deep breaths, I nod, and he shifts back again, this time kneeling between my legs at the side of the bed. He watches where he touches me, and I fight the urge to cover myself, closing my eyes instead. I feel his hair brush my thighs as he bends forward, feel his breath when he exhales against me, and then feel the soft kiss. One more, and then his lips part and cover me, and his tongue is there, touching, stroking so carefully. Holy fuck, he growls, and his hands shake as he spreads my legs, urges me to rest my feet on the mattress. Holy fuck, Lola. I no longer want careful. I no longer want gentle. I want him to pull out every fucking trick he ever learned, because if he can make me feel this much with one single kiss, I'm dying to know what I feel when he pulls out all the stops. Once I'm situated, he quickly returns to me, trying to be slow. He's watching me, eyes glued to my face, and my chest twists when I see how anxious he is to please me. Pushing my head into the mattress, I arch into him, whispering, "It's good. It's good. It's good." And it unleashes something in him. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if I even have the muscles he's using, but it's fast and perfect and better than any sex toy I've ever found. Holy shit. I want to watch, but there is too much to feel. The wet slide of his tongue, the vibration of his sounds, how my thighs shake, my stomach grows tight, pleasure crawls up my torso. But oh, how his head looks between my legs. How his arms wrap tightly around my thighs, a band of muscle keeping me open for him. The long line of his back, his ass in the mirror across the room, the definition of his thighs as he rocks absently, loving me with his full body but touching me only with his... Sensation snags me mid-thought. It's felt, consuming, nearly surreal, but then it's more than good. It's everything. It's his sound and his breath against me, and the pleasure growing on the surface of my skin and plunging deep until I can't process anything but the way pleasure rockets through my body. I get it. I get it now. I'm coming. I cry through a choking exhale. And holy shit, I'm coming so hard. He grunts encouragement, looking up at me as I say it again and again with wonder in my voice, and it's still true after so many gasping preparatory breaths. It seems to build forever, growing and never cresting, and I'm saying it so many times I can feel him laugh proudly against me, holding his rhythm and giving me more and better, and holy fuck! I have time to wonder if this is a completely new thing my body does, whether every other orgasm was some sad bastard cousin of this orgasm, the one that seems to never end. Okay, I finally manage to say aloud as he climbs up my body, kissing across my skin. He's breathless and hard. I admit, you won this round. He laughs into a kiss to my lips. I'd say we both won that round. We're still awake when the sun rises on the other side of the sky, slowly brightening Oliver's room. The sheets are mostly on the floor, pillows crushed between the mattress and headboard, but I am centered perfectly on the huge bed, carefully covered by Oliver's endless, smooth, naked skin. Are you going to be able to work? I ask, trying to see past him to the clock. He mumbles into my shoulder. More importantly, are you going to be able to walk? It's a good question. Laughing, I ease out from under him and climb out of bed, walking unsteadily to the bathroom in the hall. I feel tender everywhere. I want to stay in bed all day and sleep curled around him. I don't want to think about everything else. Anything else. I want it to evaporate. For the first time in my life, I resent work. He joins me in the shower. After no sleep and hours of sweaty, wild sex, I assume we're both too tired for much more than kissing. But being drenched in steam and pounding water, the sudsy slide of his skin across mine and the suggestion his fingers make when they move over my ass and between, stroking, leaves me begging him for something I never thought I'd want before. I look up at him. I want to feel you there. Water drips down his forehead. Thick lashes, clumped and wet, frame his brilliant blue eyes as he studies me. You're sure? I'm sure. I push onto my toes to reach his jaw, to scratch it with my teeth. Oliver turns me to the wall, kissing my neck as his fingers run down my back, over my backside, until he carefully eases one slick finger in and out, then two, slowly stretching me. While he whispers and groans, telling me he'll be careful, telling me how much he loves me, he finally enters me there, inch by inch. You okay? I nod. I am. And I'm not. I'm overwhelmed and split in two and wishing I could have more of him and everywhere all at once. He's bare in me like this, fingers snaking around and touching me from the front, but I can feel his fascinated thrill, and once he starts moving, he doesn't last very long. The satisfaction I feel in his sounds, the way he shakes and moves so arrhythmically, the bouncing echo of his surprised shout when he comes, loosens all of the fear I've held on to that I have him but could lose him. That everything good in my life could vanish and he would leave me. That we could build a life together and have it yanked out from beneath us, that I would unravel, that nothing else would matter but this. Right now he is everything. Oliver washes me, eyes heavy and sleepy, lips thanking me with every kiss. How's my girl? I answer the question he's asking, and not the bigger one, the enormous one, because existentially at this moment I am not okay. I'm drowning in what I feel for him. But I'm not physically hurt. I'm good. His mouth finds mine, desperate and wet. I realize it's a cliche, but everything changes for me after that shower. I don't think I'll ever love anyone the way I love this man. While we get dressed in silence, he keeps looking at me with this strange mixture of awe and relief. You're okay, though? He asks again from across the room, pulling clothes out of his dresser. I nod, mute. I love him. I love him more than anything, and it's obliterating everything else around me. He comes over and studies me, cupping my face in his hands. Lola, love, you're not okay. Is it me? Is it what we just did? His face grows tight. Shaking my head, I stretch, sliding my arms around his neck and pressing my lips to the warm, clean skin there. He bends, holding me tight. I want him to hold me all day long. I want to keep the rest of the world at bay and just be here with Oliver until it's time to climb back into bed again. I am dazed, drunk. I climb the steps to my apartment slowly, exhausted but in the best way. The loft is quiet. London is most likely surfing, and I grab a cup of coffee before heading to my room to start working on the ever-expanding list of deadlines. I haven't checked my email in over a day and still don't want to now. I like the bubble. And I've barely slept. I glance at my computer, the stylus sitting so innocently on the digital sketch pad, and I know how much I need to get done today, but I also know how much a tiny nap will help. I fall into bed, closing my eyes and trying to focus on Junebug unfolding, her story and who she is. But instead my mind keeps bending back to all the points of tenderness on my body, just to remember. I hear Oliver's voice in my ear, remember every one of his kisses. I wake only when it's dark out and my stomach gnaws with hunger. I lift my phone, blinking in surprise at the number of notifications on the screen. I've missed 4 calls from numbers I don't recognize, and 2 more from one that I do, my publicist, Samantha. I swipe the screen and immediately call her. Sam? I say quickly. What's up? I fell asleep. I can hear the smile in her voice, the way she's struggling to stay calm, to keep me calm. She's never shown me a second of stress until now. Oh, okay, I'll reschedule the calls. Don't even worry. What calls? I ask, sitting up and pressing my palm to my forehead. Shit, Sam, what calls? The Sun, she says, adding. The Post and the Wall Street Journal were all today. I knew it was tricky on a Saturday. I'm sorry. It just seemed easiest to move them all so they could run Monday. We'll reschedule for next week. Something breaks inside me. Some panic, unbottled and poured everywhere. I apologize, hanging up and staring at the wall in horror. I spaced 3 interviews today. I missed a deadline by 2 weeks. I don't even know who I am anymore, and the one thing I've always known is how to write, how to draw, how to work. My phone buzzes in my hands, and I glance down at the picture of Oliver on my screen. My first instinct is to answer, to stroll to the bed and lie down and listen to the honey of his voice pour over me. Instead, my breath gets cut off in my throat, and I hate myself so much in the moment I flip my phone over, putting it face down on the desk before knocking it to the floor. I have to work. I have to dive in and work and finish all this. I'm dropping things, not just dropping, abandoning them. I just need to draw one line, and then another, and another, and another, until I am done. The only thing I can do right now is build words and images into a story unfolding, and then I will be okay. I will be okay.
Chapter 13. Oliver. The hours seem to bleed together after Lola leaves. Details around me fuzzy enough to ignore. The sun beams directly into my kitchen, into the windscreen as I drive, in through the front windows of the store, washing out everything around me, bleaching away colour. I don't want to do anything but be with Lola, in my bed. As weekends go, it's a slow one. WonderCon up in Anaheim as most of the local geeks out of town, and I'm grateful for it. I've never not felt like working at the store, but this stage of my relationship with her, the hunger, the obsession, the clawing ache all along my skin to be touched, to fuck, to come, brings a delicious distraction. I indulge these daydreams. I hide in my office to avoid conversation with Joe, so that I can stare off at the wall and remember waking up, kissing Lola's warm breasts, following her into the shower. I tried to be slow, gentle. I was shaking, rigid, and nearly out of my mind when I realized what she was letting me do. She came on my fingers, promised me it was good, but I don't think she realizes how it changed everything for me. It feels settled, as if we've been together for years, rather than days. This is it. She is my life. My heart has already decided anyway. I call her to make sure she is feeling better now that she's home, focusing on work, but it goes to voicemail. I know work is overwhelming her. LA went terribly. It's no surprise that she's shutting herself in to focus. But this understanding grows into unease when Lola doesn't answer for the rest of the day and she doesn't text. Saturday night passes in silence, with me alone at the house watching B-movies on mute, trying to read through a stack of new releases from Wednesday. Trying, and failing, to feel casual about it all, that we don't need to be together every night, that it's all right if she doesn't reciprocate the infatuation I feel. When I wake on Sunday, I don't even have a text message from her, and I skip breakfast, feeling mildly nauseous. I get about 4 hours into busy work at the store, packing up overstock, cleaning out the back counter, putting in orders, before I break, heading into the office and calling Finn. "Let me ask you something," I say. "You're going to have to be my barometer on appropriate reactions today." "Wow," he says. "Let me just... there. Had to note the timestamp on this conversation." Normally this would make me laugh, but right now I'm wound too tight. I last saw Lola on Saturday morning, after not having seen her all week. She'd stayed over Friday, but now it's Sunday evening and I haven't spoken to her since then. I've called and texted and heard nothing. I spin a pen on my desk. "That's weird, right?" "That's definitely weird." I hear him cup a hand over the phone, mumble something in the background. "Yeah, I mean Harlow says Lola's home and working this weekend." Harlow says something else I can't make out, and Finn repeats it. For what it's worth, she hasn't answered Harlow's calls either. I thank him and hang up, crossed somewhere between confused and hurt. I understand her wanting to disappear into the work cave this weekend, hell, even last week in LA. but it's mildly fucked up that she can't even be bothered to answer my texts, and if it's going to be something that she does a lot on deadline, we're going to need to compromise somewhere, or at least give me a heads up on the deal. When she left Saturday morning, she was eager to get to work, but still, she was nearly boneless in her satisfaction, dizzy smile in place. I take the stairs to the loft instead of the elevator, trying to work out some of my stress. Outside the stairwell, I walk down the long, narrow hall to her door, stopping in front of it to breathe. Nothing's happened. Nothing's wrong. The thing is, that's bullshit. I know Lola. I know every one of her expressions. I have a fucking advanced degree in this woman's reactions, her fears, her silent panics. Even if it has nothing to do with me, something is going on with her. London answers a few moments after my knock, with a red vine between her teeth and game controller in hand.
Titanfall,
she explains, nodding me and turning back to the couch.
Wanna play? Lola's holed up in there.
I shake my head, managing a wobbly smile. Just wanted to stop in and say hi to her. She's down in her room. London nods absently.
Hasn't emerged for anything but coffee and cereal in about a day.
I turn down the hall, hoping my footsteps on the wood floor warn her to my arrival. I knock quietly at Lola's door before turning the knob and stepping in. I've seen her room a few times, and it looks much like I remember. It's an organized mess. The floor is pristine, her bed neatly made, but every other surface is covered, nearly chaotic. There's a huge desk in one corner. Her computer and digital sketch tablet are crowded at one end. Every other exposed surface is coated with pencils and pots of paint, stacks of drawings and various sketch pads. Scraps of paper and napkins and even gum wrappers litter the top, random ideas she's jotted down while away. The wall just above and adjoining it is practically wallpapered with sketches and panels, some of them nothing more than charcoal, while others are filled in with colours so vivid I'm not sure how they're real. A strand of light runs the length of the ceiling, and I imagine how soothing and calm it must be at night. How much of an escape this must be for her. A dresser beneath the window and both the tables opposite the bed are filled with framed photographs. I take another moment to look around and realize I'm basically standing inside Lola's brain. Spots of organization surrounded by an unending, overwhelming stream of ideas.
It's a little cluttered,
she mumbles in lieu of a greeting, and I close the door behind me. It's fine, I tell her. I love you, is what I want to say, but how many times should I say it without her saying it back? Instead, I bend to meet her mouth in a kiss I've been dying to have since the last one she gave me. But Lola pulls away after only the barest touch, taking off her glasses and looking up at me. She's dishevelled, obviously stressed, and now I notice the 4 empty coffee cups on the floor near her chair, the wild, buzzy look in her eyes. I hadn't heard from you, I tell her. I was getting a little worried. She nods, rubbing her eyes.
I've been trying to catch up. I sort of get into this panic mode. Well, she says, looking back at me. I assume that's what this is, since I've never been so late on a project before.
I rub her arm. It'll be fine, pet. Just give yourself space to think on it. She winces, turning back to her desk.
Well, it isn't fine right now. I don't really have the luxury of letting ideas bubble to the surface. This is me on a crash deadline.
If you want a break from your room, you can work on it at my place, I tell her, looking around us and wondering if a more organized workspace wouldn't help her with her current state. I can make you dinner and you can just sit at the table and work. Lola shakes her head.
I can't move all of my stuff over there. I just need to power through.
I nod and turn to sit on her bed. Tell me how I can help. Lola falls silent, staring at the half-completed drawing on her computer screen. She seems to barely blink.
Lola,
Tell me how I can help. She closes her eyes and takes a quick inhale, as if she's just remembered that I'm here.
It used to be easier, she says quietly. I could shut things off and never worry that I was missing out on anything.
I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Missing out? What do you mean? She gestures limply to the computer screen.
I've been working on this for hours, and it's not even half done. I have 26 more pages to do, and so far everything I have is crap.
She turns, looks over her shoulder at me.
Before, I could just lose myself in it. Now I know you're at the store, or at home, or in bed. It's all I can think about.
I smile and stand, walking closer to kiss the back of her neck. She stiffens and then relaxes, and I kiss a soft trail to her ear. I'm here now. We'll learn to balance it. It's hard for me to want to work too.
I just wish I could push pause,
she says, as if she didn't hear me. Pause. Nodding, she pushes back from the desk, standing and forcing me to take a step back as well.
Just to get this done. I know that we're going to be together. I want it. I do.
In a sickening rush, I feel cold all over. Lola, it won't always feel this consuming between us. She shakes her head.
I think, to me it will. But I can't mess this up, Oliver. This is huge to me. I know enough to know it doesn't happen every day, and I will be sick if I mess it up.
I know, love. I stop and my heart trips in embarrassment when I catch up. She's not talking about us. She's pointing to her screen again.
I've been working on this dream since I was 15, she whispers. I almost don't know what life looks like without it. And yesterday morning I wanted it to just go away so I could sleep because we'd been up all night. I hate working with Austin and Langdon. I hate that I'm late on this deadline. But this is what I wanted to do. I have it now, and I'm letting it fall apart.
Unease fills my chest. We don't have to spend every night together. I would never expect you to slow down the pace. I'm only here because it was weird for me, after how we left things Saturday morning, to not hear from you. I was worried. Lola sits down at the edge of her bed.
I know. I'm sorry.
I find a place beside her, take her hand. There's nothing to apologize for. I'm just sorry about how stressed you are. She nods and nods. It's slow, continuous, almost defeated. And then she turns her eyes up to me. The rims of her lids are red, her eyes bloodshot.
Should we hit pause?
My brain stumbles over the words. What? She swallows, trying again.
Should we take a break?
I, too, have to swallow past a lump in my throat before I can speak, and it takes several tries. I'm not sure what that means.
It means I want to be with you, but I don't think I can right now.
I don't understand. Right now? She nods. My brow furrows as I try to catch up. So, you need to work for a week in quiet. I can do that. Lola stares down at her hands.
I don't know. I think maybe we should just try to go back to where we were a couple of weeks ago, and then see how things are this summer.
I gape at her, feeling like my heart is dissolving in acid. Lola, it's March.
I know.
She's doing the nodding thing again, swallowing back tears.
I know. I just really suck at both. I really suck at it, and I don't want to mess this up, or that.
She points at her computer.
And I think I have to do the book without anything else. Without you so available.
I understand that LA was terrible, and you were stressed about work. But this isn't the way to deal with that. You have feelings for me. I tell her. my voice thick with frustration and urgency. I know she does. Strong feelings. I'm not imagining how it is between us, Lola.
I do have feelings,
she admits, looking at me with watery eyes.
I'm crazy about you. But this is more important right now. I wasn't ready. I shouldn't have gone to your house, played poker. I should have waited until I was done with all of this.
I stand, rubbing my face. Lola, this is a terrible idea. People don't just take breaks in relationships to catch up on work. Her eyes close.
There isn't a good option here.
She turns her face up to me.
Would you wait? Just...
She shakes her head.
Wait for me to figure it out?
For 3 months? I ask.
Or less, I don't...
She looks away.
I don't even know what I need.
I turn and stare at her chaotic desk, feeling anger and hurt and confusion reach a churning boil in my chest.
Please don't be mad,
she whispers.
I wasn't going to say anything, but then you're here, and I'm not disappearing. I'm not. I'm just saying that I have to get this done.
I nod, wishing I could turn to stone.
Oliver, say something.
My voice is low and hurt when I tell her. You could have simply said to me that you need to really buckle down this week. That would have made sense. She scrubs her face and then looks up at me, pleadingly.
I need to have nothing else going on. I need this to be the only thing on my mind.
I walk to the door and turn to face her, leaning against it. You're sure this is what you want? To push pause, to take a break? A panel shows him, breaking the glass, his chest on fucking fire. She nods.
I just need to know that I don't have anything else I can be doing. That being with you isn't an option when I have to work.
So we're not together anymore, I say flatly, because it's too good and too distracting to you.
We will be,
she urges. Do you even hear yourself? That's not how it works, Lola.
Let's just...
Hit pause, I interrupt. Got it. My laugh is a short, dry breath. Lola, I love you. You know that. And you want me to just wait for you for months to be ready again? She looks at me helplessly.
I have to put this first.
As my best friend, I sort of feel like you shouldn't want that for me, I tell her. I think it's bullshit, actually. I think you're stressed about work, but I think you're also just full of shit right now. She looks sorry, but she also looks relieved, as if I've agreed to this flaming piece of shit she's put between us. So this is done, I say.
Maybe we can talk in a couple of days?
She asks when I open the door. Her voice breaks on the last word, and I just can't be fucking bothered. I've never felt unworthy. I've never been the most important person to anyone. But before Lola, I've never needed to be. Fuck this.
Maybe I just need to...
I shut the door before I hear the end of her sentence.
Chapter 14. Lola. Am I going to have to drag you out to breakfast to talk about this? I startle awake where I've passed out on my desk and find Harlow standing in my bedroom doorway, arms crossed over her chest. There's fire in her eyes, ammunition in the way she stands. When Harlow is in a mood, she spits bullets. The bright Monday morning light blasts into my room. I was going to call, I tell her, lamely, squinting. Looking around, I try to get my bearings. Other than the horrible 10 minutes with Oliver yesterday, I've been working straight since Saturday night. My monitor has gone dark in power-saving mode. I slept with my stylus against my face and have a stack of Post-it notes stuck to my arm. So, you heard? Yeah, she says sharply. I heard. She walks over to my closet and begins pulling out clothes. Let's go. I lean into my hand. Harlow, I've got so much to do. You can spare an hour, and the body needs to eat. Come on, Lola. Under normal circumstances, I would climb into bed and ignore her. Today, I know better. I finished a few panels in the rest of the story yesterday, but my head feels like it's filled with glue, and my heart is just doing the perfunctory contractions. Sending Oliver away like I did turned me from a distracted, lovesick airhead into a deadened, productive robot. I honestly don't know which I prefer. Guilt over the hurt on his face plagues me, and I close my eyes for a few deep breaths, struggling with the instinct to call him and apologize. Harlow drives in silence, jaw tight. We all know what Harlow's silence means. I just don't know if it means she's pissed at me or someone else. Do you even hear yourself? I feel like you shouldn't want that for me. I think you're full of shit right now. When I remember Oliver saying this, my heart fractures, dropping tiny pieces in the cavern of my stomach. Yeah, she's most likely pissed at me. Are you okay? She asks as we drive down Washington. The answer is an easy no. Junebug isn't there yet, and I don't know how I'm going to find the heart of the story when I'm frantic like this. Besides, I feel like I made the right call and fucked everything up with Oliver at the same time. When are scientists going to invent a wisdom pill or implant a chip in our heads to let us know when we've made the right decision in a critical romance-career balance situation? Plus, I can't be on this particular street without getting a sick lurch in my stomach, remembering the sight of Mia, broken and bloody, under the truck for over an hour. I manage a scratchy, I'm fine. Harlow throws me a quick glance as she drives, and I can feel her questions building like air pressure rising in the car. She pulls into the parking lot at Great Harvest and turns off the engine, looking at me. Would you rather talk about it out here or in there with all of us? I laugh as a short, flat cough. Let's just head in. I really only have an hour. With a decisive nod, Harlow opens the door and leads us across the parking lot. Mia and London are already in the booth when we walk in, and they smile perkily at me. I can see from Mia's face that she's trying not to react to my appearance. I got a quick glimpse in the bathroom mirror before leaving, and it's fair to say I look like I just walked on set as a zombie extra in a horror film. So, hey, I say, sitting down and putting a napkin in my lap. What's new? London snorts at this, genuinely amused, but her expression straightens obediently when Harlow flashes her a "we aren't letting her joke right now" frown. Oliver came over for dinner last night, Mia says, skipping all preamble and leaning in to keep her voice down. He said you broke up with him. I didn't break up with him. I smile at the waitress when she pours me some coffee, but I'm sure to her it looks like I'm just baring my teeth. I blink, licking my lips and then biting them to keep from asking Mia what he said, how he looked, how he's doing. I'm telling you, Mia says. That's what he thinks, that you broke up for good. I take a sip of coffee, feeling the odd sensation of marble hardening in my chest. He didn't understand what I was saying. To be fair, I'm not even sure I understood what I was saying. I hadn't exactly planned for it to come out that way. But it felt right to ask him for some time to make sure my head was turned in the right direction. He's understood everything I've needed up until now. Why not this? When Mom left, Dad crumbled and we barely scraped by. Friends would bring groceries and act like it was no big deal, but to us it was huge. I never want to have to worry about how I can make ends meet. I never want to worry that I can't take care of myself. I never want to feel like I'm simply abandoning something important to me. And if Oliver can't wait for me to feel more grounded, then we have bigger problems. So you didn't break up with him? Harlow asks. I can tell she's trying to figure out where to fall on this. Is she protecting me and what I need right now, or is she preparing to smack some sense into me? I just told him I needed to hit pause. Seriously? Harlow asks. And I know she would actually be reaching over and pinching me if she didn't think it would draw attention. Look, I don't know why this is such a big deal. I take a deep breath, staring at the pattern on the surface of the wood table. I'm really late on a deadline because I just spaced it. No other reason. I have all these script edits I need to have done in a week and a half and spent most of the time in LA ineffectively arguing with the douchebag screenwriter. I'm also supposed to be coming up with ideas for the book that comes out right after Junebug, and they wanted the first few pages of that turned in a week after Junebug is due. which was 2 weeks ago. Meaning the first few pages of the new book are already a week late. I leave for book tour in 2 weeks. I pick at a tiny hangnail on my thumb. Everything was already busy with travel and writing, and as soon as I let the idea of being with Oliver into my head, I really fell hard and fast. I was really disorganized up in LA. I flubbed deadlines. I saw how quickly I could lose it all. Finally, I look up at them. I want to try to get a few things handled and then let myself enjoy it. I can feel the way they exchange worried glances, but they all seem to be unsure how to respond. You do have a lot on your plate, London says. I mean, I get that. But it's Oliver, Mia says. It's not like... She lets the words trail off, and I know. It's Oliver. It's not like he's pushy. It's not like he gets in the way. It's that I was getting in my own way. Even when you're busy, you still check in with us every couple of days. Why does it have to be different with him? Mia asks. I can't answer that. I can't because I don't feel like I should have to explain to someone who is madly in love with her new husband that it's different when you're in love versus checking in with girlfriends. I want to be near Oliver every second. I'm not sure I can do the dance of balance yet. I want every particle of him touching every particle of me. How did you deal with it when Ansel was working crazy hours back in Paris? She shrugs, poking at the ice in her water with a straw. I left him alone at night to work. But Jesus, how? I want to ask. The mystery of it makes me want to rip at my skin. If Oliver was in the room with me, or even down the street at the store but still mine, I would never get anything done. I would let Razor and Junebug and everyone else I love just fall into the cracks. I've proven that. I feel like you're being so hard on yourself, London says quietly. I feel like maybe you're punishing yourself. And yes, she's right, I am. I know we can't stop what we're feeling. I know that. I can see my 3 friends studying me like I'm a fascinating bug in a glass dish because at least for Harlow and Mia, they would never worry about how to balance these things. Mia's done it before, and Harlow will just bend the world to fit the palm of her hand. I'm not so naive that I think this is a common thing to ask. I want to scream out loud that I realize I've asked something huge of Oliver, something unreasonable even, but I'm not sure if I can apologize either, and I know that eventually he'll understand. I don't want to lose my career. I don't like the way I so easily let things slide the minute Oliver became my lover. I feel like I have to scrabble up this little hill, and then I'll be more grounded, more established. I'll be better for him and better for me. I pull a pen from my bag and a crumpled receipt and start drawing. The panel shows the girl hunched over her desk. Scraps of paper litter the floor. The desk is covered in pencil shavings. So you think he's moving on? I say, head ducked, heart slowly shredding. Everyone pauses, and with my pen poised on paper, I feel the protective egg trembling under my ribs, threatening to roll off the table and shatter. I want Oliver to be my friend. I need him to be my friend because I love him. Am I an enormous idiot? I don't feel like what I was asking was extreme, just some quiet, just a little bit of rewind. I don't know how I'll deal with it if I hear that things are really done. I mean, last night he was pretty mad, Mia says with a little shrug. He didn't really want to talk about it much. We spent most of the night walking around the house while Ansel and Oliver planned what renovations they could do themselves. Normally, he would have called me afterward to share all of this. No, normally I would have gone with him. I've been Oliver's default +1 for months, and he's been mine. Now, not only do I not get sex with him, I don't even get phone calls. Do people not do that? I say, cupping my coffee mug. Do people not ask to put relationships on hold even if things are good? Lola, that is called breaking up, Harlow says slowly. So it's a stupid question, I bite out, defensive at her tone. She tilts her eyes quickly to the ceiling, exasperated with me. I mean, why not just tell him you're going to have an insane week and you'll call him when you have a free night? Because it's like my creativity shuts off when it's an option, I say. I don't want to work when I'm with him. I've never not wanted to work. And sorry, but this has to come first. I built this first. I can't just drop it because I started seeing someone and juggling the workload got hard. And this, right here, is when I know Harlow wants to smack me again, but she doesn't. She just nods and reaches across the table for my hand. I text Oliver a simple, "Hey, are you okay?" after breakfast, but he doesn't reply. By the next morning, I just turn off my phone so I'll stop looking, so I'll stop wishing. I stay holed up in the work cave until Wednesday evening before giving in and walking down to downtown Graphic. The path between my apartment and the storefront has seen thousands of my footprints, and standing just outside it feels oddly nostalgic. Less than a week ago, I was climbing out of a town car and hurling myself into Oliver's arms. Now I feel queasy imagining walking in and acting like everything is normal. Over the last 2 days, I've started to feel like maybe I am the biggest idiot on the planet. Maybe it doesn't help to remove temptation. Maybe it's worse to slowly realize a pause means he's not mine anymore. The bell rings over the door and a few customers look up, smiling vaguely before returning to their browsing. Behind the counter, Not Joe waves with a smile that slowly flattens. "Hey," he says, putting down the book he's reading. "Hey." And now what do I do? Pretend that I was just here to buy a couple of books? "Is Oliver around?" I ask, immediately giving up on pretense. Not Joe's expression grows uncomfortable and he looks toward the door. "You just missed him." Shit. "Okay, thanks." I turn, walking down the manga aisle, trying to decide whether I call him or just go to his house and tell him I'm an idiot and I don't really want to break up, or even take a pause and can we please just pretend that never happened? I'm flipping absently through a book when I feel someone come up behind me. "Okay," Not Joe says quietly. "What the fuck is going on?" I put the book back on the shelf, turning to face him. "What do you mean?" He tilts his head, frowning. "Come on." "With me and Oliver?" I ask. I mean, it's not really Not Joe's business, but when has that ever stopped him from wanting to know? He nods. "I don't know," I tell him. "We had a little fight and I wanted to try to talk to him." "The reason I ask," he says, brows furrowed. "The reason I am confused," he clarifies, "is that he just left with Hard Rock Allison." I stare blankly at him. "They went to get dinner." I zombie walk home, eat some Rice Krispies out of the box, and put on my headphones, working like a maniac until 3 a.m. It's like I've hit a switch where I can't even think about what Not Joe told me or I will completely unravel. When I wake around 7, I stumble to my computer and stare at the screen, squeezing my eyes closed and then open, trying to clear them. Nothing. Nothing comes to me. I need food. I need fresh air. London is making coffee in the kitchen and pours me a cup when I walk in, wordlessly handing it to me. "Thanks," I mumble. My phone buzzes in my hand and I look down to a message from London in the group text box with me, Harlow, and Mia. She's up. I glance up at London. "It's 7:13. Have you guys been waiting for me to get out of bed?" "Sort of," London says, smiling gently. Harlow replies, "Lola, we're meeting at the Regal Beagle tonight." I stare at my phone and then put it down on the coffee table, picking up my mug instead. I can't deal with Harlow quite yet. London walks around the counter and into the living room. "Are you going to come?" I sit down. "I don't think so." "That means yes?" "It means probably not." I wince apologetically. "I have to work." She sits down next to me on the couch, and for the first time since I've known her, London's eyes aren't smiling. "You've been out of that room for a grand total of an hour and a half since Saturday night. It's Thursday." I nod, taking a sip of coffee. "I'm getting caught up. It's good." "Look," she begins. You don't get to pretend you're just fine and also not talk to anyone. If you're sad, tell me to stay home with you so you can talk my ear off. If you won't talk to us, just keep pretending that being a crazy work-obsessed hermit is normal, but get your ass to the bar for one fucking evening. Is Oliver going? Yes, she says. Your friend, Oliver, is going. I lean back against the couch and close my eyes. My heart is already racing 200 beats per second. Tonight it takes me forever to get ready. Am I furious or guilty? I have no idea. I do know that I have a closet full of new clothes I've bought for book signings and appearances and who knows what, but I hate them all. One dress is too short, another is too long, another is too tight. Do I show off cleavage or keep it all hidden? Do I look grubby to show him I don't give a crap who else he goes out with, or do I put in the effort to look amazing? Finally, I pull on a black V-neck sweater, some cleavage, and my favorite jeans with boots. My hair is longer than it's ever been, halfway down my back, and instead of a ponytail or easy bun, I leave it long and straight. I keep it tucked behind my ears, but at least it gives me something to hide behind if I need it. I've never worn much makeup, never had need for foundation or powder, and tonight all I put on is lip gloss. I hate kissing with it on. It's the chastity belt for innocent drunk kisses with men I desperately love, but who maybe went on a maybe date with someone else last night. The gang is situated in the regular booth toward the back when I arrive. I see Ansel, Mia, Finn, Not Joe, London, and Oliver, whose back is to me and whose broad shoulders I assume are blocking Harlow from my view because I can hear her laugh from clear across the bar. My stomach crawls up my throat. I wave hello to Fred and stand at the side of the booth, waiting for Oliver to notice and let me in. It's a bit like watching dominoes fall as everyone sees me in succession, smiling instinctively before the smiles crumple as they remember and they turn to look at Oliver. I swear my heart is going to beat its way out of my chest. For the love of God. His breath catches when he sees me standing there and he just stares right at my face for what feels like 1,000,000 pounding heartbeats. And just like that, I feel like I've been slapped across the face. I don't just miss him, I need him. I don't want this distance. I don't want it to be over. I don't want to lose him. For fuck's sake, how do I take care of everything? Finally, he moves over to let me in, smiling a little down at the bench. Come on in. He's wearing a dark green preacher t-shirt and the same dark jeans he wore the other night when I undressed him, went down on him for the first time. I can still feel his skin on my lips, his trembling hands in my hair. I can still remember the way he sounded in the shower, what we did. The panel shows the girl standing in front of the mirror, the words, "I am not ready for this. I am not even a little ready for this," corkscrewing around her body. "Hey," I manage. "Hey." He swallows, eyes on my mouth for only a breath before he puts his expression in order, poker-facing it as only Oliver can. This is the first time I've seen him since Sunday afternoon, and it feels like my heart was put back together inside out. God, if this is hard for me, I can't imagine how this must be for him. Terrible. And look at him, calm and poised, always composed. I don't think I've ever admired anyone the way I admire him. "Hey, Lola," Ansel says, smiling so wide his dimples dip all the way to Mars. I smile back. "So, how's the book coming?" Harlow asks a little too loudly. I give her the, "Really? We're going to talk about this right here?" face and simply say, "It's fine." "Everything's fine," she mumbles, and I see Finn elbow her gently. This is the most awkward moment in the history of time, and I sit there, stabbing at my decision with a fiery poker, while tentative conversation starts up around me. I fall back on instinct, pulling a pen out of my purse and bending to doodle on a cocktail napkin. I can sense how Oliver's head is turned toward me, how his eyes watch me draw. That's his instinct. And it melts me how he's always done this, leaned in, wanted to be a part of it. It's like there was a film between us, some restraint that was peeled away the second we kissed. Before, I had feelings, he had feelings, but we were able to carry on breathing, speaking, joking, drinking. Now I'm just a bare wire, sitting too close to a spark. I want to punch him for going out with Allison. I want to stroke him and beg him to forgive me. Between us, the air warps and simmers. I can almost feel his hand so warm on his thigh next to mine. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see his finger twitch. Me too, I tell him silently. I thought I was making a hard but good decision, and now I look back on that Lola from last Sunday, and I feel like she was the most naive person alive. I have no idea what to do. Whether I should just turn to him and tell him I'm sorry right now. And sitting here with him, I can't even remember anymore why I thought I could do this. Coming out of the fog of the stress for a night, being this close to him, the scent of his fabric softener, the proximity of his strong hands, legs, his smooth neck, his quiet laugh. He's right. It just doesn't work this way. I love him. I want to be with him. Asking to hit pause was bullshit. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. With a jerky motion, Oliver straightens, inhales, and apparently decides to move the table out of the silence of doom. Joe, what are you watching? Not Joe pushes his hair out of his face. Videos of cows being milked? I look up. Everyone else is staring at Not Joe, brows drawn, speechless too. Harlow holds up a hand, halting all discussion. I don't even want to know. She waves to Fred at the bar. 3 important updates from me. 1, I'm sick of airplanes. 2, I'm sick of boats. I thank the universe for Harlow's ability to knock down the wall of silence. And 3, she says, a trashy she-beast tried to bang my husband today. We all gasp and look at Finn just as he mumbles, false, into his mug of beer. Harlow turns to him, eyes wide in disbelief. Did she or did she not put her hand on your arm and giggle like a whore? She did, he concedes, laughing. And did she or did she not squeeze your juicy bicep? He nods. She did. Leaning in close, she growls. And did she or did she not then hand you her room key? Which I immediately handed back, he reminds her. That's not trying to bang, that's failing to bang. Finn holds up his hand and high-fives Ansel's offered palm. So gross. Harlow takes a sip of wine. She had the fakest boobs I've ever seen. She tells the rest of us, clearly already over it. Which reminds me. She holds up a finger near his face and he playfully bites the tip. This shirtless thing they're having you do while filming, not a fan. You're losing it, Mia says. You're not a fan of me shirtless? Finn asks with a knowing grin. Harlow puts down her wine and some of it sloshes over the lip. Not when people ogle you. Totally losing it, Oliver agrees, nodding to Mia. You knew this would be hard, Ansel reminds Harlow. Of course I am losing it, Harlow yells. Everyone wants to bang my husband. A group of people nearby look over at us, but Harlow just scowls at them until they turn back toward the bar. I don't, I tell her. Finn raises his bottle to me. Mia swallows a sip of her drink and nods. Me neither. I like you, Finn, Oliver says. But I also don't want to bang you. Slowly, the tension dissolves from our table and I nearly want to sing. The sound of Oliver's voice, so deep, so perfectly curled, makes my skin hum. I'd bang him. Not Joe speaks this at his phone screen, still playing cow videos. We all stare for a beat before deciding in unison to move on. Allo? Ansel begins. You've married one of the 3 most loyal men alive. I bang Mia, Finn bangs Arlo, Oliver bangs Lola. It is the way of things. My heart comes to a screeching halt, and beside me Oliver goes completely still. Hey, London says, feigning insult at this exclusion. So far, we're the only ones to notice the slip. Oliver begins slowly tearing his napkin apart. You can bang Not Joe, Ansel reasons. London looks over at Not Joe and then laughs, shaking her head. Is it weird to say I'm not sure I could handle him in bed? Silence has spread like a slow, awkward game of telephone around the table, first with Finn looking across at us, then Mia, then Harlow. Ansel's own words finally seem to sink in, and he wipes a hand across his mouth. Mad. I didn't mean... It's okay, Oliver interrupts, voice tight. This is my cue to hit the head. He apologizes under his breath, wincing because I have to get up to let him out of the booth, and then slips past me. His hand accidentally brushes mine and he jerks away, apologizing again. I feel like I've been burned. We watch him leave, and once he's out of sight, I bend, resting my forehead in my hands. Why am I here? I'm ruining his night. I'm so stupid, Ansel groans. I'm sorry, Lola. No, I tell him. I shouldn't have come. He would be having a good time if I wasn't here. That's not true, Finn says firmly. You guys need to figure this out. This is dumb as fuck. Says you, Harlow snaps. The way he looks at you, Mia whispers. It's like he's trying to light a fire under your skin. He always did that, Harlow says, and then takes a drink of her wine. Looked at you as if he stared hard enough you could hear each other's thoughts and wouldn't have to say them out loud. Like he wanted to be in your mind, wanted you in his. He didn't, I tell her. He did. Didn't what? Not Joe asks, looking up from his phone. I was telling Lola that Oliver always looked at her like he wanted to absorb her. Not absorb her, Not Joe corrects gently. He just wanted to get a piece of her no one else got. And he does, clearly. He lifts his chin to me as proof. I catch it right when I turn back to look at him from where I've been staring, waiting for Oliver to return. We all fall into contemplative silence, sort of stunned by this. I mean, he's not rogue or anything. Not Joe mumbles, lifting a hand to touch Mia's arm and dramatically pretending to absorb her strength a la Rogue before absently turning back to his phone. So tell him that he has a piece of you. Fix whatever broke. Ansel and Finn are staring at where they fidget with their coasters, but Mia, Harlow, and London are all staring right at me. What? I ask. I agree with Not Joe, which is new, Mia says, offering an apologetic wince. You need to do something. You're both miserable. Go talk to him. Tell him how you feel, even if it's messy. It's probably not the best time, I say. I cannot imagine anything I'd like less than talking to Oliver at a bar about what I did and about his dinner with Allison. Just the thought of having that conversation in public turns my stomach into a sour knot. I look over to the bathrooms, wanting to see Oliver emerge and also dreading the way it will make me feel when he does. But something else snags my attention. A face I haven't seen in forever. It takes my brain several seconds before I realize who I'm seeing. I look over at Harlow. She's smiling at something Finn said. I look more carefully at Mia. She's reading something London has shown her on her phone. But Ansel's attention is moving between my face and the person I've spotted over by the bar. Ansel knows something is up. He just doesn't know why my eyes have gone wide. Because he wouldn't necessarily recognize Luke Sutter. From across the room, Luke sees me first and his face falls. I can almost feel the way he doesn't want to look at the rest of the table, doesn't want to know. But he can't help it. His eyes slide around the curved booth, tripping, unseeing over Not Joe, London, Harlow, Finn, eventually landing on Mia. For a second, the duration of a heartbeat, I see the life being punched out of him. Who is that? Oliver asks as he returns to the table, jealousy making his voice sharp. I startle at the sound and the vibrating warmth of him so close to me before standing to let him in. At his question, Mia looks up, following his attention to where Luke stands, and she goes pale. I can't remember the last time she saw Luke, but I know it's still hard for her, still weird how much things have changed. He's barely the same person anymore. It's Luke, I say. And Ansel's body goes rigid at my words. Mia's ex. I realize I don't know how much he knows about Luke. Whether he knows they were inseparable from the age of 11, how we all just assumed Luke and Mia were forever. Has Mia told Ansel about the worst fight they had? The one where Luke whispered in tears that it felt like Mia died under the truck that had pinned her to the street? Over the past few years, Luke has been nothing like the guy I used to know, but I'll always adore him, even if on the surface he seems like such a cocky douchebag. The accident ruined 2 dreams. Hers of dancing, his of having Mia forever. He got over it the only way he seemed to know how, by sleeping with anyone and everyone. I look back to Ansel and Mia, and I've never seen this before, anger on Ansel's face, but I recognize it immediately. His gently ruddy cheeks turn red, his eyes harden. Mia slides her hand down his arm, whispering something in his ear, cupping his face and urging him to look at her. At first he resists, glaring over at Luke, and then he nods, closing his eyes, and finally turning to her waiting mouth, claiming it deeply. "Je t'aime," he whispers. "I love you so wildly I sometimes forget you aren't so fragile." Finally I look away, giving them privacy. When I locate Luke across the room, I can see his jaw twitch as he watches them kiss. But then his easy smile is back and he turns away, flirting with a couple of women near the bar. "So this is Luke," Oliver begins, so close to my ear. Goosebumps break out along my arms. "The one who would drive you to concerts?" I nod, nearly wanting to cry over the effort he's making to talk to me. He and Mia were together in high school, and for a bit after. "After? You mean after the accident?" he asks quietly. "Yeah, it wasn't a good time for Mia, and Luke was pretty heartbroken that she never really came back the same as before." "You liked him, then?" I look over at Oliver, meeting his eyes full on and so close for the first time all night. Whatever I've been keeping enclosed in bubble wrap threatens to break free at the way he's managed to compose himself. I want to launch myself at him and alternately shake and kiss him. I can see the pain as a tiny ripple in his blue eyes, but otherwise he's just Oliver. The same steady, placid Oliver I've known for months now. And I hate it, because I knew the other Oliver, too, the one who gave me pleasure so intense I saw stars, and I want some reassurance that I'll see him again. That he'll let me see that side again. "I do like him," I say. "He's said some shitty things and has screwed up more times than I can count, but he's a good guy." I earn a wry eyebrow twitch for this, but before Oliver can respond aloud, Ansel pipes up. "Well, it has been lovely, friends, but I feel the need to take my wife home and impregnate her with 17 of my robust male offspring." Oliver grabs his wallet from the table and his body tilts closer to me as he slips it in his back pocket. "You're leaving too?" I ask. "I just got here." He nods. "I know. Sorry. This has been a great experiment, but I'd rather go home and clean the bathroom." I laugh at this, even though I'm really not ready for him to leave yet. "I think I know what you mean." When I climb out and he follows me, on impulse, I keep him from immediately leaving by wrapping my hand around his arm. He looks down in surprise, but follows me without resisting when I lead him a little ways from the table into the shadows. I let go of his arm, moving a step back and taking a couple of deep breaths. I didn't plan to talk to him about this tonight. I'm not good on the fly like this, but I can't let him out of my sight without saying something, without giving something more. "Okay, so," I say, voice a little wobbly as he remains silent. "Tonight sucked." "A bit," he agrees blandly, and I don't miss the way his eyes briefly slide down my face to my lips. I want. "I'm really sorry," I say. "I know this is hard." Oliver shrugs and then nods once. I groan inwardly. God, this is painful. I'm trying to find a way to articulate that I don't know how I'll do it, but I want to try to balance being his lover, having him as a sounding board, and keeping pace with everything I have to do. It feels impossible to get this all out, especially when I'm standing so close to him and can't even seem to find words past my need to touch him. Finally, I manage. "I came to the store to see you last night." His face grows a little tight. "You did? Did you go out with Allison?" He rubs his jaw, seeming unsurprised that I've asked this. "Yeah." The panel shows a girl-shaped puddle on the floor. Heat burns in my eyes. "Was it? God damn it." I look to the side, feeling like I'm unraveling, vibrating. "Was it a date?" When I look back at him, he's just staring blankly at me. Or, I start again. I mean, is that what you're doing now? Is Allison what I'm doing? He asks with a sharp bend to his words. Are you serious, Lola? I didn't know if it was a date, and I realize I have no right to ask. You don't. I know, I say quickly. But it kills me to think of you two fooling around. He doesn't say a word, but his jaw tightens and everything comes to a standstill in my brain. At my shocked silence, he growls. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing? Trying to pass the time until you're ready to hit play? He still hasn't answered my question. I realize he's hurt, that I've hurt him, and that is where this is coming from, but I've never seen this sharp, sarcastic side of Oliver before. I hate myself so much right now, and I hate him a little, too, because it feels like he cheated, even though I'm the one who asked for this. My chest grows tighter and tighter until I have to take a deep, gasping breath, and with it comes the burn of tears in my throat. I nod, trying to smile, but my face breaks and I turn away before he can see. I hurry down the hall towards the ladies' room, swallowing a sob, but I hear a couple of his quick footsteps, and then Oliver's hand comes around my shoulder. Fuck, no. Lola, don't go. I'm an ass. I don't turn to face him as I'm madly wiping my cheeks. It's mortifying. I hate to cry alone, hate it even more when someone witnesses it, and right now it's like someone is aiming a hose down my face. I go from dry to sobbing in a blink. You're not an ass. I am, I say. And from my voice, it's obvious I'm crying. I'm just so afraid of messing things up with the books, and now I've messed things up with us. He turns me gently, and I look up at him, imagine him in my room, peeling away my clothes and my insanity, and just making it us again. I didn't kiss her, he admits. We had dinner, but in the end I didn't let anything happen. I nod, swallowing back a relieved sob. But are you expecting me to not try to move on? He asks quietly. You told me I should just wait idly by while you get your life together without me. That's a horrible thing to ask, Lola. I rest a palm on his chest, my words spilling out in a mess. I don't think we're thinking it was the same thing, I stumble. I don't think I meant what you think I meant or what I said. I'm so sorry. He pulls away from me a little. I don't believe this whole break was just a misunderstanding. I was pretty clear on what you were saying. I want to talk about it, I tell him. I'm trying to organize my thoughts into some sort of order, but the music is loud and I can feel our friends watching us. Not here like this, but soon? He nods, looking at my mouth. But then he starts to shake his head instead, saying, I don't know, Lola. I don't know. This is just a fucking mess. Panic starts to climb into my throat. I don't want this to be over, and Oliver cuts me off with a gentle shh, reaching a hand up to tuck my hair behind my ear. He stares at his hand as if it moved there on instinct before he drops it limply to his side. My heart is a drum, deep in the jungle of my chest, and it bangs and bangs and bangs for him. I know it won't ever diminish. There isn't any clock we can rewind, no way we can stop time. I miss you, I tell him. He smiles toward the floor, blue eyes soft behind his glasses. I miss you too, Lola love. A mix of heartbreak and relief spills from me. When he calls me Lola love, I wonder if there's at least a chance at friendship after all of this, and whether that would be wonderful or torture. I thought you were going to tell me you kissed Hard Rock Allison. Oliver looks up at me with a wince that is both sweet and sad. Reckon I wouldn't do that. I don't feel that way for her. He runs a hand over his jaw, blinking away. I was angry and I wanted to be distracted, but I wouldn't betray my own feelings like that. He laughs without humor. Your love is branded on my brain. Yours is still the only kiss I want. The weight of my feelings flips something over inside me, and before I've even realized it, I say, Do you want to come over tonight? Oliver closes his eyes for a beat, trying to smile, but it barely curves his mouth. I don't think... Oh, God, my insides have liquefied in horror. Shit, never mind. Sorry, of course you don't. Oliver takes a step back, looking helplessly around before rubbing his face and turning back to me. Don't play games with me. He looks at me, eyes searching. Please. I can see in your eyes you're still sort of a mess. I can see you don't really like what you've done, either. It just... Days later, it feels too late to come to me in this blur of feelings and panic, and I can't help but feel like it's related to you hearing about Allison. No, Oliver, it's not. He continues over me, shaking his head emphatically. I'm not sure if you were really afraid this relationship would interfere with your career, or were hoping to stall it before you loved me. And either way, I'm not sure what to do about it. Both options suck. He bends, kissing me just beneath my ear and continuing quietly, lips barely an inch from my skin. I'm in love with you, Lola, but I'm also terrified you'll ruin me.
Chapter 15. Oliver. I have absolutely no idea how to behave around Lola, and clearly, neither does Joe. I hadn't seen her in the store in over a week, and when she finally walks in the morning after our awkward talk at Fred's, immediately making her way back to the Marvel section with only a wave in my direction, Joe doesn't even call out to her or propose in front of the entire store. I can feel him watching me, gauging my reaction. "Lola's here," he says finally, lifting his chin to where she's disappeared down the aisle. My heart has swerved to the edge of my chest. So she is. She'd asked me to come home with her last night, and fuck, it was tempting to imagine putting it all aside and falling into bed, relishing the sex. But not in 100 years could I have said yes. I could practically feel her guilt, her regret last night. But Lola has no idea what she wants right now. She's an emotional landmine, and not one I'm prepared to walk over willingly. Joe comes around the counter to stand beside me. "You're not going to go over there?" "Not that it's your business, Joe, but no. Maybe in a little bit, but it looks like she's here to look at books." "I don't get you two at all," he says under his breath. I'm not going to fret over the opinion of a man who spent much of an evening out watching cows be milked, before moving on to videos of men pulling trucks using ropes tied to their dicks. It's easier to joke, because what more can I say? Right now I reckon I don't understand either. There's a part of me, the adoring part that has long felt like Lola can do no wrong, that wants to take responsibility for all of this, sensing that I should have anticipated her panic over work versus us, that I should cut her some slack for what she said, that having dinner with Allison looked bad. But the conversation in her bedroom, where she wanted me to simply hang around while she focused on getting her work done, showed me how young she really is. Naive, even. I knew it, truly I did, but I never really thought how it might slap me in the face. Naive myself, I suppose. I want Lola to have all the success in the world, but I'm still bewildered over why she thought I would somehow get in the way of any of it. And maybe more than a little wounded. I'd been Lola's biggest fanboy and loudest cheerleader. Hell, I even wear my Razorfish t-shirt whenever it's clean. I was the most devoted lover, too, even though it was only for a week. It stung to be so easily set aside. Still, with her near, I'm aware that I've never needed or wanted anyone like this. It's a pull, nearly a physical draw to be close to her. Just knowing she's in the store, a swarm of bees has taken over my chest until it feels like I'm shimmering inside. Her hair is down, lips full and bare. I remember the drowsy tilt of her head, watching me kiss my way down her body, the feel of her thighs over my shoulders, the honey of her cunt on my tongue. Lola looks up from behind her comic, catching me staring, and waves limply. I wave back, then turn and find Joe right behind me, his eyes skipping from me to Lola before he shakes his head. "Well, this fucking sucks," he says. "It's fine." I crack open a tube of pennies and dump it into the register drawer,
Fine, he asks. A week ago she walked in and climbed you like a tree, and today she acts like you're the resident librarian. Things are complicated, I sigh. I love her, but I don't want to be with her just now. I want her to do better. She's still into you, you know. Shutting the register, I give him an exasperated, this isn't your business look. I know, Joe. But Joe is undeterred. And I'm beginning to wonder if she was right to worry that we'd screw everything up. I tell him. Maybe we were better at being friends. I greet a customer who walks up to the counter, and Joe steps aside while I ring him up. With his purchase paid for and in a bag, I smile and hand it over to him. Joe is still watching me, expression disapproving. Maybe you're forgetting the part where you're in love with her, he says. I lean against the counter and scrub my hands over my face. I haven't forgotten. Then what the fuck are you doing over here when she's back there? I shake my head and stare with tired eyes to where she's flipping through a comic, listening to someone on the phone. Joe, it isn't your business, and it isn't that simple. Are you going to go out with Allison again? He asks. My stomach recoils. It was just dinner. He nods in understanding. It's like how you grow up eating Hershey's chocolate and think, this is delicious chocolate. And then you have Sprungly and are like, dude, Hershey's is shit. I glance at him. Sprungly. Swiss chocolate place, he says with a vague wave of his hand. My folks have a place in the Swiss Alps. Now I turn and fully stare at him. Who the fuck are you? Laughing, he says, I'm definitely not a guy named Joe. Don't tell me, I say, holding up a hand. It'll ruin the mystery. With a little shrug, he walks back toward the office. The bell over the door rings, and I see Finn and Ansel walk in. Good day, Finnegan, I say. I didn't know you were sticking around today. He throws me an aggressively patient look at his nickname while he takes off his jacket. I've got the rest of the week off. Ansel cuts into the small talk. Are we going to lunch? I'm starving. Finn and I exchange amused looks. Hungry Ansel is the only version of our friend who is ever sharp. Yeah, just let me... I start to say, but Lola picks that moment to wander up from the back of the store. Hey, she says to each of them, before finally looking to me. Her cheeks grow pink, smile widens. Hi. Hi, I say, heart beating, throat constricting, muscles tight. I fucking love you. Finn turns to Lola. You wouldn't by chance have spoken to my wife in the past hour, would you? It will never stop being strange hearing you call her that, Lola says, shaking her head. Mia is someone's wife. Harlow is someone's wife. And Lola was mine, for 12 hours. Then she was something else, something even better, for only a matter of days. Finn stares at her, mouth pressed in a straight line while he waits for her to answer his question. And actually, yes, she says, reaching up to pat his head. He slides his eye to me as if I've somehow put her up to this. She was driving up to Del Mar to get some signatures from... someone. And you know how bad the reception is up there. Finn nods, reaching over the counter to grab a snack-sized Snickers from my secret stash under the register. Ansel sees and practically knocks him over to get one for himself. Lola, Finn says, tearing into the packet. Let me ask you something. Her eyebrows rise expectantly, and the expression is so sweet, I have to look away before I step closer. I'm planning to take Harlow up to Sequoia for the weekend. Camping, quiet, you know. Do you happen to know if she's working? Lola smirks up at Finn, at the same time I feel my own eyes widen. You're driving?
She asks. He nods. Lola glances at me, and for a moment, the weirdness between us is gone, and we're on the same team.
You're driving 6 hours, she says, to take Harlow camping in the woods for an entire weekend.
His brow pulls tight as he turns to look at me. Those are the bullet points.
Have you met your wife?
Lola asks. Finn's mouth curves into a cocky smile. She'll get into it.
If you say so,
she says with a wink. Fuck. My chest does a tight twist at the playful side of her coming out.
And yes, I think she has the weekend off.
Lola, you're still here, Joe says, walking out from the back room with a banana, peeling it suggestively. Ready to run away with me yet?
Not quite,
she says, grinning. What were you doing all the way back there anyway? He asks. She stares at him, before glancing quickly to me.
Browsing, and then Benny called. I have something big due next week, so I'm changing the trip I had scheduled to LA for the week after.
I filed this away. I didn't even know Lola had a trip coming up, let alone one she needed to postpone. I hate this distance between us, the pointlessness of it all, the absurdity, the way things seem to be moving forward in both of our worlds, and we aren't compulsively sharing any of it. I miss her. Fuck. I need to get over it.
Well, I'm glad you're here,
Joe says, because I wanted to show you something. He walks to where he was just a moment ago, pointing Lola's attention to a shelf. Look what came in.
Oh my God,
she says, and moves to get a closer look. From where I stand, I can't see what they're looking at, but Lola adds excitedly,
Can you get it?
Joe smiles over at me. Oliver, can you reach the new consignment item? I got it. Finn volunteers, taking a step toward the ladder, but Joe stops him with a hand to the chest. I think Oliver knows what I need. I give him a warning look, sensing he's up to something. But as soon as I get on the ladder and glance up, I know immediately what they're talking about. Joe has somehow managed to find a set of the action figures based on Lola's book and placed it up on the shelf for her. I start to tell her that I haven't even been able to get these new yet, but when I turn to hand it to her, I realize that her eyes aren't on the box at all, but on my bare stomach, where my shirt is riding up. I clear my throat and Lola blinks back up to my face, before turning about 6 different shades of pink. Joe is already laughing, and wearing the smuggest "I told you so" face I've ever seen.
You're such an asshole,
she says under her breath to Joe, laughing and punching him in the shoulder before taking the box from my hands. I'm half irritated with him, half amused at his persistence.
Where did you get this?
She asks, avoiding my eyes. I shake my head, having never actually seen one in person before. They're not even available online yet. I didn't know we had one. I bought it today, Joe says proudly. It's the first one I've seen. Someone was selling this, I ask, and notice that even Finn, a guy who looks like Superman but probably couldn't differentiate Catwoman from Batgirl, has moved in for a closer look. Even Ansel is interested. Joe shrugs as if it was no big deal and takes a bite of banana. Yeah. They made this for the book? Ansel asks, peeking over Lola's shoulder to get a better look. Nodding, Lola says,
It's part of the promo for the paperback release in a few months. I don't even have one of these. I've been waiting to hold one for weeks now.
I love that she feels this way, and love even more that I'm here for this moment, because work has been shit for her lately, and she needed this little victory. I reach over and take it from her, before dropping it into a fabric shopping bag with the store's logo on it. It's yours now. Her mouth drops open.
I can't take this.
Joe shakes his head. The guy brought in a bunch of stuff. I get the sense he swiped it from a random assortment of promotional goodies sent to his work and had no idea that it hasn't been released yet. I didn't pay much for it.
I could kiss you guys,
she says, looking down into the bag, and then quickly realizes what she said. Her bottom lip is pulled between her teeth, and she stares at the floor. Despite the mess she's made of things, something primal comes to life in me, and I have to look away. I would totally let you do that, Joe says, but I have a date. Oliver can have my share, though. It's like an elephant has been dropped in the center of the room, and everyone suddenly finds something to study intensely. Joe groans. Please, he says. I don't know why you two are fighting this. You're never going to be just friends. And with that, he reaches for his Greenpeace keychain from behind the register and walks out the door. Nobody says anything for what has to be the most awkward 10 seconds in history. Finally, Ansel clears his throat. So, lunch. Lola, would you like to join us? He says, smiling sweetly at her. Her eyes go wide and she looks at me as if for guidance. I smile, hoping it looks better than it feels, because inside I am a giant ball of uncertainty. I want her near me, but I want her to figure her shit out first. Lola's phone chimes in her hand, and she glances down, reading. We all watch as her shoulders slump, and she exhales a quiet, "Fuck." What? I ask, the whiplash instinctive protectiveness roaring to life. It's Greg, she says, turning off the screen with a sigh. Ellen broke up with him. Looking at Ansel, she says, Thanks for the invite, but I've got a couple of calls to make. Then I need to go over to my dad's. I hope everything is okay, I say, and Finn and Oliver quietly echo the sentiment. She throws me a tiny, shy smile, holding up the bag. Thanks again, Oliver. This means so much to me. The bell over the door rings again as she leaves, and the three of us watch her make her way down the footpath. I'm a tangle inside, hating to see her walk away, wanting to be close to her even when I'm angry, but still feeling the need to build a cage around my heart. Turning back to my friends, I say, Remind me to fire Joe the next time I see him, I say, scratching the side of my neck. The store is empty. The afternoon is dead. I reach for my keys and turn the sign to read closed, and motion for them to lead the way. We walk the few blocks to Bub's near Petco Park and are led to a table near the patio. How are things with Lola? Finn asks, looking at me over the top of his drink. You guys seemed tentative, Ansel finishes for him. Which, I'll tell you, is really strange to watch. It's about the same. I stab at my ice water with the straw. I haven't really felt like talking about it much since the conversation went down, but I've told them both enough to know things with Lola aren't great. We're still on pause. I hesitate. I think she wanted to unpause, though. She asked me to come over last night at Fred's. The waitress stops at the table, and we each order a burger and rings. When she steps away, they're both looking at me expectantly. I mean, of course I said no, I tell them. Silence rings around the table. Because obviously she needs to figure her shit out, I say. She can't do that with your penis in her mouth? Ansel asks, and Finn punches his shoulder. What? That was a serious question. Finn lifts his chin, asking, Has the thought occurred to Lola that she might be even busier in 4 months? They aren't even filming yet. I mean, I go a week at a time without seeing Harlow, and it sucks, but I know it won't always be this way. I don't know, I say. I can't pretend to know what's going on in her brain right now. I always felt like you two had a secret language, Ansel says. Me too, I admit. Our server sets the giant basket of onion rings down in the center of the table. And because I'm a total asshole, I made things worse by going out with Allison Wednesday night. Ansel's eyes widen. Hard rock Allison. I nod and he lets out a burst of air and reaches for his beer. Why the hell did you do that? Shrugging, I admit, it was just an impulsive thing. She came by and asked if I wanted to grab dinner. I was pissed at Lola and said yes. Did she think it was a date? Finn asks. Yeah, she did. Finn studies me. You didn't fuck her? No, I say quickly. I clarified where I stood as soon as we sat down, but I still feel like I cheated because I knew it would make Lola jealous if she knew. I wanted to rip my skin off by the time I got home. And if Lola had done the same thing? Finn asks. My skin flushes hot again at the idea of Lola with anyone else. I'd want to rip his skin off. Does Lola know? Ansel asks, wincing. Yeah, she came here looking for me. Fucking Joe the brain surgeon told her. You would have told her, though, Ansel says, and then furrows his brows. Right? Of course, I tell him, giving him an exasperated look. I nearly called her in the middle of it because I felt so guilty. But then I didn't because I thought, what if she's working and actually gets pissed off at me for calling her to confess that I'm having a platonic dinner with another woman? I run my hand over my mouth. It's a mess. Clearly I am more concerned about all of this than she is. I don't know how to interact with Lola anymore, and that just feels wrong. You're both idiots, Finn says. Lola is a mess too, for what it's worth. But that's what falling in love does to you, okay? Ansel says, grinning. I'm a happy idiot because of Mia. I start to say, and feel laughter bubble up inside me. Despite everything, being around Ansel is infectiously uplifting. Lola is hands down one of the smartest people I know, and I fear she is, to borrow a phrase from Harlow, extremely relationship dumb. Mia mentioned that Lola tends to always put her comic stuff first, Ansel says, folding his arms in front of him. That she's been that way even when they were teens. Protectiveness tightens my chest, and I defend her. She had a rough time. It wasn't easy for her, that's all. Well, shit, Oliver. Maybe that's the point, Finn says. Maybe she needs to know that this thing between you isn't all or nothing, that you're not cutting her off completely just because she's still figuring it all out. I grab an onion ring and give him an amused smile. It's nice to hear you sounding so wise on the topic, Finn. He lifts his chin to me, grinning back. It's nice to see you guys fucking up too, Oliver. The sky is getting dark by the time I manage to wrap up at the store and get to the loft. I'm relieved to spot Lola's car almost immediately. She hasn't left for her dad's yet. And I pull into the first guest spot I see before I get out and make my way to the main door. Their lobby is usually busy by now. The elevator's full of people getting off work or headed out for the evening. But it's strangely quiet tonight. I'm alone in the lift as the floors tick up on the illuminated dial overhead, alone with my thoughts as I try to figure out exactly how to have this conversation. I'm still not really sure what I'm going to say. I just want to see her. Maybe simply apologize again about Allison. That was shitty, especially since I was pretty sure Lola would hear about it somehow. Maybe just tell her, now that I'm calmer, how, even though it wasn't what she intended, it was brutal to be so immediately shuffled aside, a distraction, an obstacle. I don't think we're ready to jump back into where we were before everything melded down. I just need her to talk to me. As terrible as it sounds, it was good to see her so upset at Fred's, because at least I could tell it was hard for her too. I used to feel completely safe with Lola, even without talking about our feelings. I knew where I stood with her by how she sought my company, my opinion, or even just eye contact. She was the first American woman I'd never had difficulty reading. Lola's always been deliberate in her decision-making, and it was no different when it came to us. So I was blindsided when she ended it sort of hysterically right after I felt things click for us. I know I hadn't been the only one deeply in love that last night at my house. I know I didn't imagine how profound it was in bed, all night, in the shower. My steps are light as I move along the concrete hallway, and I stop when I hear Lola's voice through the sliding steel door. I pull out my phone to check the time. I didn't see London's car outside, and it's definitely late enough that she'd be at work. Harlow is supposed to be in Del Mar all day, and I might be wrong, but I think Mia teaches around this time. So who could she be talking to? Her dad? Benny? I stop just outside the door, and I'm trying to decide if I should knock and run the risk of possibly interrupting her with someone, or whether I should come back altogether. When she gets louder, "I know," she says, with a definite edge to her voice. "And we talked about this last week. Like I told you then, I've got deadlines of my own to meet. I'm sorry you feel like this is going to cut into your schedule. But if you and Langdon would have actually engaged in this conversation every time I attempted it in the meeting I took an entire week off to attend, you'd have heard me telling you the same thing I'm telling you now." I feel frozen in place. I've never heard Lola talk this way to, well, anyone. The logical part of my brain is telling me to turn around and call her later, and that nobody ever heard anything they liked while eavesdropping. But a larger part of me is intrigued, dying to know who she's talking to and fascinated by this side of her. There's a rhythmic thump on the other side of the door, the sound of her boots as she paces back and forth across the wooden kitchen floor. I'm just about to leave when the sound comes to an abrupt stop. "No, I absolutely understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that Razor wouldn't do that. I know there's a certain feel you're going for, but it's in direct contrast to anything the main character would do." My eyes widen and my stomach evaporates into nothing. She's talking to Austin. Holy shit. There's a minute of silence, punctuated by, "Uh-huh," and "Yeah," and "I see." And I'm holding my breath, wondering if she'll stick to her guns or let him turn the conversation around and manipulate her into getting what he wants. My heart is pounding so hard in my chest, I briefly worry she'll be able to hear me from inside. I didn't realize until right now how badly I needed to see her take charge of her career again. It was eating her alive. It was changing her. "Listen," she says, and I can hear the forced calm in her voice. "I feel like I've been really accommodating about a lot of the changes you've asked for. And like I told you, I understand where you're coming from. I do. You make movies. I don't. But what I do is write stories and create characters and build worlds. And the two characters in this world are not in love with each other. There's no romance angle to play up, no sexual tension. Change that, and Razor's motives and every one of his actions can be called into question. He does the things he does because he sees what she can become, not because he's in love with her." I press my hand to the doorframe and feel my chest unwind. And despite everything that's happened between us the last few days, I'm smiling, knowing Lola is fighting for the things she loves. She can take care of herself. If Lola can handle a studio full of film executives, she can fight her way back to me. Finn's words replay in my head, and although he made a few good points, I know Lola. She might be inexperienced when it comes to relationships, but when she wants something, she knows how to fight for it. She doesn't need saving. If I went in there now and tried to walk her through everything between us, I'd always wonder if she'd have come back to me on her own. I have to believe she'll fight for us, that I'm not wrong about her. I have to believe that I want to be there for her, always, but that she doesn't need me to be. I move away from the door and turn back toward the elevator, the sound of her voice growing fainter and fainter with each step.
Chapter 16. Lola. It's been so long since I've slept in my childhood bed that it takes me a full 5 seconds to figure out where I am when I wake up. It's the glass knob on my closet door that clues me in. Every single door in this house has these giant crystal knobs. Mom bought them on a whim during one of Dad's deployments and spent an entire weekend furiously swapping out the generic brass ones for these. They're heavy and seem to glow like an eye at the perimeter of each door. It's one of the things I've always loved about this old craftsman house. Everything feels so sturdy, even when the human contents seem to fall apart with the slightest breeze. A small knock sounds on my door. Lorelei? Yeah, Dad. He pauses, and then the knob turns and he pokes his head in. I didn't hear you come in last night. I came to check on you, but you were already sawing some pretty serious logs. I'm not surprised you didn't hear me. He laughs, stepping into the room, and I see he's holding 2 mugs of coffee in one hand. I don't remember the last time you slept here. Me either. I sit up and pull my hair back from my face. A glance at the clock tells me it's only 6. Dad has always been an early riser from his days in the Marines. He considers this letting me sleep in. You didn't have to come all the way over here. Taking the coffee from him, I say, I wanted to. It's been a while since you liked someone as much as you liked Ellen. I want to see you happy. Dad looks at me skeptically. You hated her. Okay, maybe I didn't like her, but maybe I also wanted to be here for you, jerk face. I'm okay, he grins. Maybe you needed a change of scenery. I inhale the steam and let it help wake up my brain. Maybe. Dad sits on the corner of my bed near my feet and sips from his mug, staring at the wall. I can sense the looming start of a conversation, the moment when he talks about Ellen or asks me more about what's going on with work, with me. I feel restless in my skin, like I'm not sure I want to be here, but I don't really want to go home either. To be honest, it's how I feel about every single thing in my life right now. I want this career I've created, but I want it to be smaller, simpler, more manageable. I want Oliver, but I don't want to need him so much. I want to be able to breathe without feeling like my chest is bound with rope, but everything is dialed up to 11 right now. And most of all, I want to know how to fix what I've done. The prospect feels overwhelming. Dad's eyes flicker to my duffel, obviously hastily packed and sitting open in the corner. You know, we talk, but we don't talk, Dad starts. His voice is weak, sort of reedy, and this is always what happens when we get emotional. Neither of us knows how to do it. It's like putting a kid on a bike for the first time. They'll stare at the pedals and then look up like, what am I supposed to do? That's us, talking about feelings. We talk almost every day, I remind him. I know everything you do, but not much of what you feel. I groan into my coffee. I thought we were here to talk about you and Ellen. He ignores this. You've been on a work bender, he guesses, turning to look at me. I'm serious. I want to talk to you. You're a mess. My dad knows every one of my best and worst choices. He knows every part of my story, and so I always assumed he knew what I felt, too, simply because he knows me. But he's right. We don't dive deep into our feelings. We never have. We crack jokes and use sarcasm to make each other laugh, but we don't label emotion. I'm not sure if it makes me feel better or worse that I do the same thing with Oliver. Come out in the kitchen and let's have breakfast. Let's talk. I look around the room to see where I'd strewn my things as I crashed into bed last night. Actually, if you're sure you're fine, I should head home. I have a mountain of work. I close my eyes, swallowing down the bubble of panic already working its way up my windpipe. No, Dad says, and he has a sharp, level tone that I'm not sure I've heard since I was a little kid getting into trouble. It makes my brain itch. It makes me long for open air and more physical distance. I put my mug down on the bedside table and get out of bed. "Kitchen," he says. 10 minutes. "You look like hell, kid." "You said that already." I walk past him to start another pot of coffee. "I just have a lot going on with work. Tell me what happened with Ellen." He settles on a bar stool and spins in small arcs as he speaks. "Apparently she started seeing some guy she works with." "Are you using the term seeing loosely?" I ask, leaning back against the counter, facing him. "Out of respect for my daughter's delicate sensibilities, yes. More accurately, she was fucking some guy at the bar." I wince. "Did she tell you?" He laughs, drawing out the single word with a twist in his voice. "Nope. I saw her with him when I went to surprise her after her shift. She was leaning across the bar with her tongue halfway down his throat. They looked pretty familiar." "Want me to punch her?" Laughing again, he shakes his head. "I want you to make me your special eggs and tell me something good." I turn toward the fridge, pulling out a carton of eggs and a stick of butter. "I've got nothing." "Nothing?" he laughs. "How's Oliver?" I shrug, grateful that I've got my back to him as I grab the bread. "We're doing about the same as you and Ellen." "Oliver cheated?" he croaks. "No," I hurry to say, immediately defensive. "Nothing like that. It's just a long story." "You may have noticed I'm currently minus one girlfriend. I've got time." He watches me pull 2 slices of bread out of the bag and rip little circles out of the middle for eggs in a basket, his favorite breakfast. He always watches me make this with a look of wonder on his face, like there's some voodoo involved. It's adorable. The secret is bread and eggs cooked together in a pan. Sometimes I'm amazed he's survived living here alone. "What's going on?" he presses. "You were here with him the other night, and the two of you could barely keep your hands off each other. Now you're here, sleeping in your old bed for the first time in ages. Talk to me." I set the eggs and bread on the counter and pull out a frying pan. "I don't want to talk about Oliver," I tell him, and am blindsided by the sting of tears rising up out of nowhere. I know Dad sees me brush them away, so I mumble, "Sorry, I'm just wiped. I'm messing everything up. The movie, the new series, Oliver, all of it." "That doesn't sound like you. Especially not with Oliver." I laugh, lighting the burner. "Doesn't sound like me? Do you remember the first time Oliver came over? You looked at him like he was an endangered species." "It was new," he says in his defense. "You'd never brought a guy home before." I panicked about work and told him I wanted some space. So he went out with someone else, I say, and brush at my eyes. He's mad, and I guess he thought that would help. I place a pat of butter in the pan and watch it melt. I regret saying what I did, and now I'm not sure how to fix it. "But you just—" He pauses and shakes his head. "I'll admit, Lola, I may be more upset about this than about Ellen." And now, relief. There had been a tiny piece of my brain that was stuck on the image of Dad after Mom left and worrying he would go to that terrible place again if Ellen ever left him. Thank God he won't. "Now back up," he says. "What happened with work?" "I missed a deadline, not to mention 3 interviews I slept through." Dad's eyebrows rise to the ceiling. "I've never missed a deadline in my life, and now I'm so distracted I'm turning books in late and unable to focus." I drag the bread through the melted butter, flipping to coat both sides. And don't get upset with me here," he says, holding up his hands. "I'm just trying to understand. What does that have to do with Oliver?" My stomach twists with the discomfort of talking this out with my dad, but I'm already sort of all in here. Lately, I sit down to work and find myself drifting off, wondering what he's doing or thinking about something he said. I've been so preoccupied, I thought I had another week to finish Junebug. "I'm guessing you didn't?" "It's 3 weeks late now. I think I blamed it on what was happening with Oliver instead of, I don't know." He takes a few moments to let me finish before he says gently, "Instead of you just being completely and understandably overwhelmed?" In a way that suggests the route to my freakout is really obvious to him. "Lola, baby, your life had been turned upside down even before all of this stuff with Oliver." I crack 2 eggs into the pan, adjusting the flame so they don't pop and sizzle. His easy understanding makes my eyes grow shimmery again with tears. I know. You've been on more planes in the past few months than that United pilot who lives down the street. I know. Do you remember when you first started drawing? He asks. I think about it for a beat, wiping my eyes, and then say, no. See? That's because you always have. Little doodles here and there, those coloring contests we'd get at the grocery store. But when your mom left, it changed. Instead of being something you did for fun, it was all you did. A compulsion. I wasn't sleeping much, and I'd walk by your room in the middle of the night to find you hunched over your desk, working. It was your safe place. I wasn't always the most communicative person back then, and you put all those thoughts and things you felt or wanted to say down on the paper. I don't say anything, watching the eggs cook as I wait for him to continue. The yolks are this brilliant sunshine yellow, the whites so starkly bright and slowly settling into the bread. I can practically see the heat in the pan, the way the air weaves and warps over the surface. You needed razorfish. You needed that world you controlled, where you didn't have to say anything or risk messing it up because the characters were yours. They said the things you couldn't. They didn't care if you got something wrong. Razor wouldn't ever leave. He's your family. He pauses. I'm sure it's scary to want someone the way you want Oliver. I give him a blank look. Dad. He returns my stare, but his is softer, more knowing, wiser. I'm sure it's scary how overwhelming it all is. I'm sure it's scary to feel like you have to split your attention between 2 things you love. You don't want to lose either of them. You don't want to leave either of them. And you've known Razor longer. I look back to the pan, flipping the bread and egg over neatly. You did something dumb, and instead of Oliver being the strong, steady rock you're used to, he did what you suggested and gave you a break. He went out on a date to prove a point. I can feel him lean closer, elbows on the counter. Do I have the situation figured out? I poke at the food with the tip of the spatula, ignoring what I'm sure will be a smug smile on his face, and hating the way this conversation brushes over the raw little edges left from my fight with Oliver at the bar. Yeah. He stands, walking to the cabinet to grab a plate. But at least he did it when you told him to, so you weren't surprised. I cough out an incredulous laugh. Are you implying that I intentionally sabotaged this thing with Oliver? Dad shakes his head. I'm just saying you're complicated. You've got relationship baggage, and no matter how much you think you've got it all together, you don't. I always worried you'd have abandonment issues, and you do. I look up at him, mouth agape, while I mentally compile a tirade for the centuries, but he continues. Thing is, it occurs to me you're not afraid of being abandoned, Lola. You're afraid you're going to abandon the things you love. Something rattles loose inside me. Dad, so you're preemptively abandoning them. Or, if I know you as well as I think I do, you don't let things get too deep in the first place. I work to swallow past the heavy swell in my throat, easing the spatula under his breakfast and sliding the food on the plate he's holding in front of me. A quick glance up and my eyes snag with his. You aren't your mother, baby, he whispers. My throat grows tight. I know. No, he says, holding the plate with one hand so he can reach forward, cup my cheek. He forces me to meet his eyes again. Listen to me. You aren't your mother. I nod, quickly, wordlessly, blinking back tears. Figure out how to balance Oliver with a career you've wanted your whole life, he tells me. Because you'll end up with neither if you think you have to choose. I step out of the elevator and see London at the other end of the hall. She's in shorts and a tank top, and I can make out the ties of her bikini where they're knotted behind her neck. With the door locked, she straightens and sees me over her shoulder. Hey, stranger. I tried to call you, but you didn't answer. Sorry, I say. I was at Greg's. She nods and drops her keys into her small bag. I figured. Your toothbrush was missing and you weren't with Oliver. I nod, hitching my bag at my shoulder. Ellen broke up with him, so I went over to see how he was doing. She makes a face that perfectly captures my own ambivalence. She knows I wasn't a fan. Is he okay? He's okay. I chew my lip, trying to make sure I don't sound crazy or jealous or anything when I ask, how did you know I wasn't with Oliver? London's dimples are the cutest dimples in the world, and when she smiles at me in easy reassurance, I want to hug her. Oh, I ran into him at the Regal Beagle. Oliver without me at Fred's? My heart immediately sags. You did? I went to talk to Fred about a job, London says. And when I came out of his office, Oliver was sitting at the bar. I avoid meeting her eyes by searching for my own keys. Was he with Finn or Ansel or anyone? London gives me a knowing smile as she crosses her arms and leans back against the wall. Nope. Just sitting there by himself, all sad sack and pathetic. We hung out for a few minutes, and when I said you were out for the night, he asked if I wanted to hang out. Oh. The image of Oliver needing company makes me sad. I'm immediately grateful London was there with her easy humor and ability to deflect drama. London is drama Teflon. Her hair is pulled back from her face and piled high on her head. She nods, and the little wispy ends that have come loose move with her. I think he just needed some company and didn't want to drink alone. Which was fine, because we all know I didn't have any plans anyway. She laughs and then tilts her head to our apartment. He's still here, by the way. My skin grows hot, my eyes moving to the door. He's what? That boy is a lightweight, too. A couple beers and 3 episodes into a Walking Dead marathon, and he was out. Still is. She points over her shoulder toward the loft. On the couch. I look down to the keys in my hand. I'd planned on calling Oliver when I got home, or maybe even stopping by the store, but thought I'd have a little more time to think first. Thanks for keeping him company. No problem. He's a lot of fun. If he wasn't yours and I hadn't sworn off men until menopause, she says, giggling as she pushes off the wall. Anyway, I'm off. Beach? I tied in 45 minutes. I'll be back around dinner, though, if you want to hang out. I nod and turn to watch her go. Yeah, I'll have to work tonight, but I'll be here. London takes the stairs, and I wait until she's gone before I turn back to the door, finally fitting my key into the lock. It's quiet inside. Still early enough that with the curtains closed, the apartment is cool and dark. I slide the door shut as quietly as I can and wait, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. There's the soft, rhythmic sound of breathing from the couch, and I set down my things before stepping into the kitchen for a glass of water and maybe a shot of vodka. The recycling bin is full of empty beer bottles, and my stomach warms with a familiar longing. Tipsy Oliver is too adorable, all goofy smiles and happy blue eyes. I'm actually sad I missed it. But then I remember why he was here, because he needed company. And any warm fuzzies evaporate immediately, replaced by the same twisty sensation I've had for days. I reach for a glass and fill it with water, swallowing it down in a few icy gulps. It's strange how familiar this feels. Oliver is on the couch again, one foot hanging off the edge, the other bent at an odd angle and tucked beneath his opposite leg. He's on his back, one arm stretched high above his head, the other resting on his chest. His shirt is askew, the thin blue fabric twisted up around his torso, leaving the majority of his lower stomach and hip bones uncovered. His glasses are on the table next to his phone, and there's a discarded blanket on the floor. A night on the couch means he'll definitely be sore when he wakes up, and I'm not sure if I should wake him or keep staring at him. Staring is definitely easier, and my eyes are hungry after days without him. I miss his hands. How strong and greedy they are. I miss his stomach, the firm skin, soft hair. I miss his forever long legs, his hips, his... Lola, he says, and I jump, quickly blinking back up to his face. Hi. He pushes a hand through his hair and looks around the apartment. Hi. Sorry, I crashed here. I didn't even hear you come in. I'm a ninja, I say, and he gives me a wan smile. You know you can stay over any time. The offer ticks between us heavily, meaning something different the longer we're silent. He rubs his eyes before bending to pick up his glasses and slide them on. Things have never been so awkward with me and Oliver until recently. It hurts. I mean, It twists something inside my ribs to have it be this stilted. London saw me at Fred's, he explains, bending to pull the blanket off the floor. She asked if I wanted to hang out, just hanging out, drinks and whatnot. She was sort of insistent, actually. It's okay, I cut in, fighting a smile. The sensation is like warm water in my veins, relief from hearing him needing to explain why he went home with another woman, even if it was with my roommate. I caught her on her way to the beach. She told me that she ran into you. He nods, slowly. You didn't come home last night. Oh, did he forget? I was at Greg's. He winces, pinching his forehead. Fuck, that's right. The relief in his voice is everything to me. He and Ellen split. Looking up at me, he asks, Is he okay? I nod. He seems fine, actually. I think she was just a very available pair of fake boobs. He laughs and scratches the back of his head, asking with more care, Are you okay? God, that is a huge question. Yes and no. The silence stretches between us, and I wonder if he's done holding my hand, if this is his way of forcing me to talk. I told Austin yesterday that there were some things he couldn't change, and the romance angle was one of them. Oliver leans forward, resting his elbows on his thighs. And how did he take that? Not very well. He said we'd talk about it more, but I have no intention of changing my mind. If they want my input, that's where I stand. He nods. That's good. I'm proud of you. And for what it's worth, I think you're right. I've also been thinking a lot about us. The quiet that follows is a terrifying abyss, but I just wait, needing him to show me that we can talk about this again. Okay, he says, finally. What have you been thinking? That I'm so sorry about the other night, I say. I got scared. He narrows his eyes and tilts his head as he studies me. He's tired and unshaven, and it doesn't look like the last few days have been very easy on him, either. You don't have to apologize for being scared, Lola. I shake my head. I messed up. Oliver stands, reaches for his jacket on the arm of the chair and slips it on. He puts on his shoes and picks up his phone. You've worked your entire life for this. It's understandable that you'd be protective of it. It's understandable that you wouldn't want to let it crumble. He takes a few steps toward me, close enough that I have to tilt my chin to look up at him. What hurt, he continues quietly, was how you thought it would be easier to drop me. How easy it seemed for you to make that decision, right there, on the spot. Tears prick at the surface of my eyes. It's not easier, it's awful. He nods. And I messed up too, he says, eyes holding mine. I hate that I went out with someone else, even if I had no intention of touching her. My heart rips. I want to go back to the way it was, I whisper, trying not to break out in a full-on sob. I don't think we can do that, he says, looking down at where his fingers absently reach for a strand of my hair, letting them slide down to the ends. I feel more tears burning in my throat, behind my eyes, and my chest goes tight. I don't know that we should. Oliver, don't. I reach to wipe my face, but he grabs my hand, slipping his fingers between mine. No, he says with sweet urgency. I mean, I think we need to come from a more open place next time. He rubs his fingers over my palm, massaging. I think we need to come from a place where you talk to me instead of letting me be the one to pull everything out of you. I swallow and then swallow again, trying to process what I think he's telling me. You're saying we can try again? He looks up, stark blue eyes flicking back and forth between mine. You want to be with me still? A tiny smile pulls at his mouth. I never stopped wanting to be with you. I just needed you to figure your shit out. I let out a snorting laugh through my tears, relief making me feel a little shaky and hysterical. I nod, quickly wiping my face, trying to get my shit together now in front of him. Stop, he says quietly. This isn't what I mean. I don't mean you should hide when you're emotional. I mean you should recognize that I'm the guy who wants to see how you're feeling, to hear about it. I hiccup, managing a horse. I'm feeling relieved. Very, very relieved. He chews on his lip, watching where his thumb rubs my cheek. Look, Lola, I meant it when I told you I don't need easy or perfect. But I do need to know. He trails off, his brows pulling down as he frowns a little. I just need to hear that you're not going to do that again. It really wrecked me. I won't. Even the thought makes something grow tight and brittle inside me. I reach forward to put my free hand on his chest for grounding. I can feel the firm, steady da-dum, da-dum, da-dum of his heart under my palm. I couldn't. Silence fills the space between us, and I know there's so much more to say, but I sense we aren't doing this now. Still, I know we're going to be okay because the weight of the quiet isn't suffocating. It's just Oliver plus Lola again, quietly putting words together in their heads. How are things going with Junebug? He asks, reaching with the hand that isn't holding mine to tuck my hair behind my ear. I sniff, looking over his shoulder. I'm about 3/4 done. Do you like it? Wincing a little, I admit. Not yet, but I will. That's a start. Oliver squeezes my hand and then lets it go. You can text me whenever you want, or call if you need to talk something out. I blink, not wanting him to leave yet. Where will you be? You can hang out here if you... I'll be at home, or at the store, he says gently. And me? I don't know what I mean. Or I do, but I don't know how he can possibly answer that. But as much work as I have to get done, I need him, too. I realize at the same time he seems to that the admission is in the question, and he leans forward with a smile. You'll call me every day. You'll answer my texts. He brushes his lips across mine, only once, and I chase him a little when he pulls away. If you need lunch, I'll bring it to you. If you need anything else, he says, eyes searching, well, call me. If you need anything, too, I say, feeling like I'm tripping over every emotion rioting in my chest. Oliver smiles. Okay. To the writing cave you go. He gently sweeps both thumbs under my eyes, cleaning me up. This isn't a pause for us. It's just you needing to buckle down and finish. Managing this will be part of our life. Sometimes I get you every night, he says, eyes moving over my face. Sometimes I'll have to share you for a week or two. He has to clean me up again because more tears fall when he says this. Laughing, he kisses my nose, telling me, So go work, Lola, love. I want my nights back. Chapter 17. Lola. I hate every word, every panel. The folder on my desktop labeled crap has 4 times as many illustration files as the one labeled keep. But I get it. The lesson, coming at me from all angles these days, permeates my brain with the subtlety of a pickaxe. Sometimes you need to do it all wrong before you know how to do it right. I don't see Oliver for a day, then 2, then a week goes by and I miss him with this pitted ache. But we're talking every night, and he sees every line, every word I put down, sees the good and the bad, and the truly hideous, because I send it all to him, needing another set of eyes. His eyes are the salve to the burn of my panic. Behind them is a man who is measured and fair, who can step outside of his instinct to soothe and realize that what I really need right now is honest criticism. The panel shows the girl, hands cupped, waiting for rain. He blocks her from the fever of the sun. What are you doing? He asks. It's a bland Tuesday night. My newly negotiated deadline is 2 days from now, and Oliver's called to check in after having dinner with Harlow and Finn. His voice sounds gravelly, like he's lying down in bed. I picture him alone, with his hand resting over his chest, staring up at the smooth white ceiling. Is he dressed? Or is he wearing nothing but his boxers? How often does he imagine kissing me, touching me, moving into me? Sitting at my desk, I tell him, Staring at a mess? He goes quiet and some instinct trips inside me, telling me he's running through the same list of questions. Did you finish the last fight scene? He asks at length. I shake my head, swallowing a sip of tea before saying aloud, Not yet, but it's getting there. Other than that one scene, I'm done. I rub my face. Just finishing up the panels. I like the ones you sent with the green backdrop. His voice is slow, lazy, feels like warm syrup poured across my skin. Made Junebug seem more triumphant somehow, like she was surrounded by trees. I smile. I think so too. I'll go back to those. My brain just feels like it needs a rest. Right, he says, and I hear the small grunt he makes when he sits up. Let's see what's on. In the background, his feet pad down the hall, and I hear the rustling of the phone against his shoulder before he returns. Your choices are Die Hard, Paul Blart, Mall Cop, or The Matrix. I dunk my tea bag into the hot water a few times. Is that a serious question? He goes quiet for a beat before his voice returns with uncertainty. Yes? Matrix. I can hear his smile when he says, It's on FX. Now go, get a beer, turn off the computer, and take 2 hours to watch a movie. I hear what he's telling me. Creativity needs to breathe. Why don't you come over and watch it with me? I whine quietly. I haven't seen him in an eternity. Because I'd fuck you as soon as I set foot in the door, and you're in the cave. My heart erupts, and I imagine a sunbeam blasting from my chest. Oh. He laughs. Good night, Lola love. I want him to tell me he loves me. I need the way his voice coils around the words, but it's my prize at the end. I know it is. When the movie is done, I put my empty beer bottle in the recycling bin and head back to my room, finishing the scene in an hour. I've only printed out 2 full copies of Junebug, but I can't stop touching them. I splurged on the glossy cover with black matte title font, the thick pages bursting with color in between. Color explodes from the front, too. I'm not sure whether Eric will want to keep this cover or not, but I'll fight for it. Iridescent blues, greens, reds, yellows swirling around my winged June and her beloved trip. Chaos fades behind them, promising that no matter what story opens these pages, there is triumph inside. I'm proud of it, and giddy to show it to Oliver. I pull up to the curb and listen to my old car tick in the silence. Oliver's house is a small blue Rambler on a tiny square lot. His lawn is making a desperate attempt to grow, but Oliver refuses to water as much as it needs because of the drought. The paint is faded, the walkway cracked in places. It is at once unremarkable and perfect. I can see myself here. I can see us here. My heart seems to inch its way up my throat at the thought of being with him in casual, daily ways. I miss the everyday chatter. I miss even more the time alone with him, loving, being loved, making it. Reaching for the books, I pick them up, holding them in the sun. One copy is for me, the other is for Oliver. I don't need him to tell me it's good. I know it is, but I want him to be the first to read it in full because it's our story, too. He's seen it in pieces, but I wonder if it will sink in once he reads it from cover to cover. I recognize that's how I create, at least for now. I unload my life on pages, transporting myself to a different world and seeing how I might react, survive, thrive. I lift the R2-D2 knocker and let it drop against the heavy wooden door. There's something reassuring about how Oliver looks when he answers, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, hair mussed, half-eaten apple in hand. Despite everything that's happened between us in the past few weeks, he's still the only man I've ever loved. He smiles happily when he sees me, pulling the door open wider, and I wonder in a pulsing heartbeat if I could ever have been with anyone but him. Oliver Lore, now transparent to me, always up front and on the level. Hey, he says. This is a nice surprise. Hi. I nearly choke on the single word. I didn't think I'd get you until Friday. His gaze drifts to what I'm holding, and I hand him his copy of the book. My ticket inside, I believe. His laugh is cut off halfway past his lips when he gets a good look at the cover art. My heart soars as his eyes go wide, his mouth releasing a slow, "Holy shit." The panel shows the girl, drops of rain spilling from her hands. "I love you," I say in a quiet, desperate burst. His attention breaks from the cover and he looks up at me, eyes round with surprise. Oliver steps out onto the small porch, absently dropping the apple at his feet and tucking the book under his arm. His hands come up to my face, cupping my jaw, eyes searching mine. "Yeah?" he whispers. I nod, saying it again. "I love you." His eyes are blue, but spotted with little swirls of green, an ocean contained in an iris. With a little smile, his lips come over mine, a sweet sweep from one side to the other as he hums, and my entire world shifts back into focus. She loves me. She does. I can't take in a deep enough breath. I want more. I need him closer. I've spent the last week and a half working for this exact moment, motivated by the prospect of forgiveness delivered in a kiss. But he only gives me one more. This one a little longer, lips parted, just the hint of his tongue. "Take me inside," I beg, stretching to taste his neck, his jaw. "I'll take you all night," he promises before planting one last kiss on my mouth. "But first, we talk." Ducking inside, he grabs his coat and then takes my hand, shutting the front door behind him. In the past few days, we've talked about such surface things: the store, my book, Not Joe, Harlow, and Finn, the parade of new releases I don't have time to keep up with, but nothing heavier yet. We've wrapped up our hearts like presents, placed carefully beneath the tree. It's 3 blocks to the beach, and at this odd hour there aren't any surfers dotting the water's surface. Only the occasional solitary figure walking down the beach, a dog forging the path ahead of them. We find a quiet section of the beach, broken by only a few sets of footprints, and stand a few yards away from the ocean's edge. It's windy and still a little cold, but I'm warm in a long-sleeved shirt, and with Oliver standing only a few feet away from me. We watch the waves crash for a few cycles, and then I hear him clear his throat as if he wants to say something. He comes at me slowly, with a smile, and it's like watching a form moving through water. Behind him, the sky is a pristine cornflower. It's still getting dark so early. Down the coast, toward downtown, it looks like liquid blue sky with city lights bleeding everywhere. "This is where we talk?" I ask with a smile, and I force some bravado in my eyes. I honestly have no idea why we're at the beach and not on the couch in his living room, facing each other. Me on his lap, his hands beneath my shirt, his mouth on my throat. "I don't reckon I know what else we need to say," he says, shrugging sweetly. "But I know if we were at my place, we would have sex. And I just want to be with you for a little while first." When I look back up at him, the way he watches me is more intimate than any kiss could be, any sex, anything. I have this wild vision of climbing him, clawing at him, trying to get inside him somehow. I just need to connect. "Are you still mad at me?" I ask him, chest aching. "A little, I mean." He shakes his head and I see it past, a shiver of tears through my eyelashes. I don't know where they're coming from. Relief, maybe. Probably exhaustion. More than a little triumph. He reaches across the space, brushing away the first to fall. "I'm not Ed." I nod, hoping if I keep swallowing I won't start crying harder. "I'm not going to leave you," he says. "You know that, right?" A river of tears follows, the dam bursting. It's not that. But it is. My fear the past 2 weeks is at least partly that. That I changed his love, broke it somehow in the same way Mom broke mine, and now 3 feet between us isn't nearly enough to dilute my need to touch him. "Lola," he says, stronger now. "I don't want to be without you. I'm not leaving you. Even if you're busy, even if you're scared, even if you're unreasonable or crazy, I won't leave. It's not. But I need to know that you're not going to leave either. I can't feel like I come second. You will always come first to me, he says. I will never take you away from your art, but I don't ever want to feel like a distraction to you. He watches where his fingers brush more tears off my cheeks. I've realized I've never needed to matter to someone as much as I need to matter to you. He steps closer, his coat pressing against my chest, and I lean into him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my face into the hollow of his throat. He smells so good. Familiar, clean. He smells like books and fabric softener and the ocean. His arms come up around my shoulders, one hand on my back, the other in my hair. Okay, he whispers. You matter, I tell him urgently. You matter so much, Oliver. In fact, you became everything, and it scared me. I think the idea of messing up with the books felt a little like losing someone in my family. Oliver studies me. I know. I went to a crazy place when I let it all get so bad. I guess I need to figure out how to manage that. I shrug in his arms. I think I can, okay? Asking for space only made it worse, so much worse. He kisses the top of my head, nodding. You said you knew it would be intense, like that, I remind him. But you were right. I didn't. I haven't felt that before. I'm glad, though, he says. I want to be the love of your life. Tilting his head, he reconsiders, adding, At least, I want to be the human one. I can share you with Razor. I try to laugh, but my throat is tight with emotion, making my voice come out a little strangled when I ask, Have you seen Allison again? No, he says in a burst, pulling back to look at me. Lola, I love you. I told you already. I don't want to be with anyone else. An enormous knot loosens in me. Okay. I don't know why I had to ask this, but I did. Allison likes him. She's an option for him. He exhales, his chest slumping against me, and I can practically feel his guilt. I know it feels like a betrayal that I did that. It feels that way to me, too. I nod, swallowing back another sob. Such a small one in comparison, Oliver. I'm an idiot. He laughs. It feels good to finally talk about this stuff, though, he says. Feelings and things about us, and not just when we're having sex. I mean out here, on the beach. Okay, I say, laughing. I guess I agree it's good we didn't go inside. We would be making a lot of noise, but nothing intelligible, he says, bending to press his forehead to mine. Desperate need for him explodes in my blood, and I feel the ache spread like a vine inside my chest. Oliver. But he pulls back, eyes heavy with desire, determined to keep talking. I've wanted you for so long, he says. Sometimes it grew so enormous, it left me feeling faintly nauseous. I went on a date shortly after we met, and I moved to San Diego and was miserable. I came home and listened over and over to a voicemail you'd left me. It was this rambling monologue about how much you hate Pringles, but it was really a love letter to Pringles. I laugh. I know exactly what message he's talking about. I got myself off to the sound of your voice that night, he admits, then looks at me darkly. My heart hiccups. Heat spreads from my chest, down between my legs. I've done very, very crude things to you in my head. Like what? I ask. Licking, biting, fucking, he says quietly. Coming inside you, on you, just after you, or sometimes before you, making you play with me until I was hot again. I can't catch my breath, can't remember how to swallow. His eyes darken again when he says, and that thing we did in the shower. I suddenly feel very, very aware of the fact that he hasn't kissed me again since we left his house, that it's been over 2 weeks since he had his hands on me, and far longer since I let myself be completely lost in the feel of them. His head angles down, lips skirting across my jaw. Your turn for a recap. I had a crush on you in Vegas, but sort of got over it when I thought you weren't interested, I tell him. And then I was buried in the launch of Razor and just mainly fantasized about you. Yeah? Yeah, I tell him. Licking, biting, fucking, and that thing we did in the shower. He laughs without a sound, a gentle rumble in his chest against me. But then I drew you nearly naked, and the fantasy wasn't enough anymore. I mean, I have approximately 20 drawings just of your dick. Must have been hard to find places for all that poster board, he says, smiling. I mean, obviously, go life-size or go home. His hands slip into my coat, ducking under the hem of my shirt. Cool fingertips meet the warm skin of my waist, my ribs, the top swell of my breast above my bra, and our eyes meet for a few seconds until he bends, kissing me once. Hi, girlfriend. I feel my smile all the way to my knees. Hi. You're okay? I nod. I'm so good. Silent communication isn't new to us, but the message in his eyes is. There aren't words for what he's saying, at least not in any language we know. He's desperate but elated, his body is amped up, but it isn't about fucking for the sake of orgasm or ironing out some twist between us with pleasure. It's this intense, perfect connection he feels. I know because the same thing is thrumming in me. I slip the top button of his jeans free while his eyes hold mine, granting silent permission. The three beneath it open with only gentle coaxing. Oliver's breath comes out fast and warm on my cheek. What are you up to, Lorelei? Touching you? I look down, watching my hand dig into his boxers, but I can feel when he looks up and behind me at the beach, making sure we really are alone out here. I tilt my face to his, silently asking for a kiss. This massive, massive love, he murmurs into my lips, trailing off when my fingers slide over the swollen, slick head of him. Oliver wraps his coat around us both, obscuring my bent arm, my hand when I pull him free of his boxers. His mouth opens against mine, tongue sweeping over me for tiny strokes, hands clasped together at my back to keep our cover intact. There are so many ways to declare love, to make love. I swallow his sounds, stroking him in this slow, nearly lazy way until he's shifting against me, until he's shaking, until his kisses stop and he's too focused on the pleasure of it. His lips go slack, simply pressed against mine, and I'm greedy for the little grunts that begin when he's close, swollen to bursting, knuckles pressed into my spine, begging. We've been nearly silent, a couple embracing, kissing on the beach in the darkness. But when something splits open in me, relief, thrill, tension unloaded, it pulls a paradoxical sob from my throat, and Oliver leans forward, coming with a low groan. He's warm in my hands, wet and slippery, urging me with a tiny retreat of his hips to not move my fingers anymore. But I don't want to let go. I like the way it feels to share these languid kisses, hold the satisfied weight of him in my hand, cocooned in his circle of body heat with the enormous ocean crashing beside us. Finally, I move my hand away as he buttons his pants back up, laughing at the mess. Once he's situated, he kisses my nose, unwilling to let me out of the shelter of his jacket. And with the water lapping near our feet, it feels like Oliver and I have been together for years. The quiet between us is simply too easy for this to be a fickle fling. When I look up at him, he's staring out at the water, but feels my eyes on him and turns to gaze at me, smiling. I like it out here, he says. I do too. I was thinking, you shouldn't buy a house, he says. I've got a good one. Excitement and unease boil together in my stomach. I was thinking the same thing while I worked up the nerve to come to your door, but then I figured one thing at a time. His eyes smile first, and it spreads down to his mouth. One thing at a time, he repeats. But just don't buy a house. It'll be a huge waste of money. Stretching to kiss his chin, I suppose now is as good a time as any to tell him I honestly don't know if I ever want to be married again. I don't know how to do any of this, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to fail a lot. But I don't... His fingertips come over my lips, and he covers them with a small kiss. Shh. We are not our friends. We have our own path, okay? I'm just being optimistic here. With a smile, I pull him down with me onto the sand, and we sit and watch the moonlit foam of the curling surf. Oliver tells me stories about his first year in the States. I tell him stories about the year my mother left. We grow quiet and nearly fall asleep on the beach before we wrestle each other awake and half-heartedly argue over what to get for dinner. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. The panel shows the girl and her boy, raised hands dusted in sand as they try to count the stars.
Dark Wild Night was written by Christina Lauren and read by Shana Thibodeau and Steve West. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. The mix engineer was Mike DeCino. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Dark Wild Night is available in print from Gallery Books. Also by Christina Lauren from Simon & Schuster Audio, Beautiful Secret, narrated by Jonathan Cole and Charlotte Penfield.